Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, City Layers, Haunted Journey Through Reality. The bus smelled like a mixture of damp wool and yesterday's coffee, that stale kind you'd swear the city couldn't get rid of no matter how often it cleaned. I watched the buildings slide by, the familiar ones, the corner deli with the peeling sign, Mrs. Callahan's red brick house with the crooked porch swing, the old movie theater that was supposed to have closed years ago but stubbornly refused to die. The bus screeched to a stop and the doors hissed open like a tired mouth ready to yawn. A few people shuffled on and off, their faces mostly strangers, but with one or two nods of recognition. I felt the usual tug, a quiet comfort in seeing those faces, the barista from the cafe, the mailman who always gave me a polite wave, the kid from the corner who sold newspapers with more enthusiasm than anyone should at 7 in the morning. That morning, though, something didn't settle right. When the bus pulled into the third stop, the neighborhood looked different. I blinked, trying to shake the fog from my brain. The row of brick houses was gone. In its place, narrow brownstones leaned forward like tired old men, their steps cracked and littered with crumpled flyers. The bus groaned as it slowed. I looked out again for the faces I'd been expecting to see, the paper boy, the woman who always had a stray cat in her arms, the man who fed pigeons near the park bench, but they were nowhere. Instead, a man in a threadbare coat got on, his eyes sharp and quick. He tilted his head as he spoke to no one in particular, his voice low and strange. The city's layers peel like old paint, don't they? You never know what's underneath until you scratch. His lips curled just enough to suggest he knew a secret I did not. I stared at him, my fingers tightening around the strap of my bag. His words didn't exactly make sense, but the way he said them, like a riddle wrapped in a warning, set a chill running up my spine. People around me didn't seem to notice. They shuffled into their seats, eyes glazed over, like they were sleepwalking through the morning rush. Was it me? Had I missed something? The city had always been a mosaic of neighborhoods, some rougher than others, but this felt different. I tried to catch the eye of the woman seated across from me. She was reading a newspaper, but the headline was a jumble of letters, words that made no sense. The night does not wake. I frowned, leaning closer. The page crinkled under my fingers, the paper surprisingly warm for something that looked so old. I looked up quickly. She was watching me now, a small, tight smile on her lips that didn't reach her eyes. Strangers, she said softly, always see the city's truth last. Then she turned back to her scrambled paper, pretending to be absorbed. The bus jolted again and pulled away from the stop. The metallic taste in my mouth grew stronger. I wiped my lips with the back of my hand, suddenly aware of the dry heat in my throat. The air inside the bus felt thicker, and the chatter around me had shifted into low murmurs, conversations I couldn't catch, riddles spoken as if everyone knew some unspoken rule except me. At the next stop, the bus emptied more than usual. Familiar faces were gone. The barista with the cheerful nod was replaced by a woman in a faded dress who said nothing but asked me, "Do you carry the weight of things unseen, or do they simply follow you without pause?" I blinked. Her voice was calm but heavy. I wanted to answer, but the words tangled in my throat. Instead, I looked away, focusing on the peeling paint of the bus ceiling, the dull hum of the engine, the faint drip of water somewhere near the back. I was starting to think I should get off. Maybe this was just one of those days where everything felt off, like a bad dream I hadn't fully woken from yet. But the bus wasn't done with me. It pulled into another stop, and the streets outside had changed again, like a layered painting someone had wiped clean only to start over. I recognized none of it. I scanned the faces on the bus. Each one seemed wrapped in their own quiet puzzle. A man near the front hummed a tune that had no melody, just fragments of words. Know the walls. They listened close, shadows in the shape of speech. I caught no meaning, only the prickling sensation that I was being watched, studied. The air smelled of something sour now. Not quite rotten, but close. Something decaying in slow motion, like an old forgotten lunch left in a locker. I swallowed hard and reached into my pocket for the small bottle of water I always carried. The cap was sticky, and when I took a sip, the taste was flat, like I'd been drinking from a bottle left open for hours. A woman leaned toward me, her breath faintly scented with lavender and something sharp, like citrus peel. "Do you see it?" she whispered. "The layers. The spaces between the streets where the city folds itself over, like a secret origami." I shook my head, suddenly aware of the sweat prickling at the nape of my neck. I didn't want to see it, whatever it was. But the bus kept moving forward, deeper into neighborhoods that felt like echoes of places I once knew but had lost. I thought about the people I'd left behind, the friends who called me on weekends, the quiet rhythm of my small apartment, the coffee shop where the barista knew my order without asking. Had they disappeared too? Or was I the one vanishing? Maybe the city wasn't just a place I lived in. Maybe it was something alive, shifting beneath the surface, folding me inside its hidden layers. And maybe, just maybe, there was no way out. The man with the riddles caught my eye again. His lips moved silently, but I could swear I heard the words in my head. "Once you're folded in, the edges blur. Familiarity slips away, and the city keeps turning, like a secret you can't unhear." The bus braked sharply, and I stumbled forward, my hands catching the cold metal rail just in time. The sudden stop sent a jolt through my body. When I looked up, the street outside was empty, save for a single pigeon that watched me with bright, unblinking eyes. I swallowed. The doors hissed open, but no one moved to get off. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror, his face unreadable, a mask of polite indifference. "Next stop," he said, voice flat, "or the last you'll know." I wasn't sure if he was joking or warning me. The city had changed again, and I was still on the bus. The doors closed behind me with a soft pneumatic sigh, and the bus lurched back into motion. The driver's voice had been flat, almost rehearsed. "Next stop, or the last you'll know." No inflection. No hint of whether it was a threat or a welcome. I stared at him in the rearview mirror, trying to catch a flicker of something human, sympathy, fear, anything. Instead, he blinked once and returned to the road, his jaw tight like he was biting back a secret. I sank into the cracked leather seat, fingers tapping nervously against my knee. The bus was quieter now. Less like a vehicle and more like a coffin moving down an endless tunnel, the city folding around me like a book. I thought about what the man had whispered, silent and sharp in my mind. "Once you're folded in, the edges blur." I didn't want to be folded in. I wanted to rip myself out, tear the pages from this living book until it was nothing but loose leaves. The next stop came up too fast. The bus slowed, scraping to a halt near a row of narrow brick houses, their windows dark except for one pale glow in the upstairs apartment. No one got off. No one got on. I scanned the seats. Familiar faces from earlier were gone, vanished like dust in the wind. The strangers who'd smiled politely or muttered under their breath before now held their gazes like riddles themselves, too careful, too deliberate. I forced myself to stand and move toward the exit. The driver caught my eye again, his expression unreadable. "You don't have to get off," he said quietly, almost kindly. "But you won't find anyone waiting." That sentence settled in my chest like a stone. No one waiting. That was the problem. No one waiting meant no one was coming back. The city was peeling away its skin, and I was trapped beneath it. I stepped off the bus onto the uneven sidewalk. The air was colder here, sharper with the scent of wet concrete and old tobacco. A distant dog barked somewhere, sharp and sudden, then vanished into silence. The streetlights flickered, casting long, jittery shadows like they were alive and twitching. I walked slowly, trying to catch any sign of someone I recognized. No luck. The neighborhood had changed, subtly but unmistakably. The grocery store from this morning was replaced by a pawn shop I'd never seen. The corner cafe was now a boarded-up storefront with faded graffiti. It was like walking through a memory that had been rewritten overnight. I pulled out my phone, but the screen was blank. No signal. Nothing. The city was cutting me off, layer by layer. I turned back toward the bus stop, hoping maybe it would come around again. But there was no sign of it. Just the empty street, and that same pigeon perched on the street lamp, watching. Then a voice, low and deliberate, broke the silence. Looking for something? I spun around. A man stood a few feet away, leaning against a lamppost. His clothes were too neat for this neighborhood, a pressed shirt, clean shoes. But his eyes were sharp, too sharp, like they saw through me. I'm just trying to find the right place to get off. My voice sounded smaller than I wanted. He smiled, a slow, unreadable curve of his lips. Places change. People disappear. The city's layers shift like tides. You think you're on solid ground, but you're floating. I frowned. What do you mean? He pushed off the lamppost and took a step closer, but not threatening. More like an invitation. This city isn't just streets and buildings. It's a puzzle. And you're a piece that doesn't quite fit. I swallowed hard, the chill crawling up my neck. Why are you telling me this? Because, he said, voice dropping to a whisper, you're not the first one to notice. And you won't be the last. Before I could ask anything more, he turned and disappeared into the shadows between the houses. I stood frozen, the weight of his words pressing against my ribs. Not the first. Not the last. That meant others had been here, lost in these shifting layers. Maybe some were still lost. I looked down the street. The lights flickered again, and for a moment the buildings seemed to lean in closer, as if listening. Every sound was amplified, the distant hum of a refrigerator, the scrape of trash cans settling in the wind, the faint rustle of dry leaves skittering across cracked pavement. I realized then that the city wasn't just changing around me. It was watching. Waiting. Folding me deeper inside. I pulled my jacket tighter and started walking, determined to find some thread I could follow back to something real. Maybe the bus driver was right, maybe this was the last stop I'd know. But I couldn't stop now. Not when the edges were already blurring. As I rounded the corner, a small paper fluttered at my feet. I bent down and picked it up. It was a receipt, yellowed and creased, from a diner I didn't recognize. It had a time stamped on it, just 5 minutes ago. And a message scrawled hastily in the margin, don't trust the route. Look beneath. My hands trembled. I stuffed the paper into my pocket and glanced back down the street. The city breathed around me, alive and unreadable. The bus wasn't coming back. But maybe the answer was closer than I thought. I just had to find it before the city folded me completely away. The night was colder than I expected, sharp enough that the chill seemed to crawl beneath my skin, settling like a weight in my chest. Still trembling, I looked around, the silence pressing too loud against my ears. No bus. No driver. No familiar faces. Only the city, breathing quietly, waiting. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to take a step forward, then another. The diner mentioned on the receipt wasn't on any map I'd seen. Not in any app or guidebook. but the address was scribbled faintly in the margin, almost fading into the paper's folds. I decided to find it. If the city was folding me in, maybe the diner was the crease, a place where I could pry the edges apart. I crossed the street, the pavement uneven beneath my boots. Somewhere a dog barked, sharp and urgent, before fading into the distance. The air smelled faintly of grease and stale coffee, but also something else, something clinging like a damp cloth, old paper, dust, and something metallic. It made me uneasy, like walking into a room where someone had just left in a hurry. As I moved toward the address, the building shifted subtly. Windows darkened, their glass reflecting distorted shapes. I passed a closed bookstore, the letters on its sign peeling like dead skin. The city wasn't just changing visually, it was bending reality, or at least my perception of it. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone watching, but there was only empty street. I reached the diner, its neon sign flickering weakly, Maggie's. The glass door was smudged, the kind of crime that didn't wash off with a simple swipe. I hesitated, then pushed it open. The bell tinkled, but inside, the air was stale, thick with cigarette smoke and something sour beneath it. The place was empty. A few booths lined the walls, their vinyl cracked and sticky. The counter gleamed under a dull light, a row of coffee cups upside down, waiting. I stepped in further, my shoes making a soft thud on the worn linoleum. Looking for something? The voice startled me. I turned to see a woman standing behind the counter, her face shadowed but her eyes sharp and steady. She wore a faded waitress uniform, stained with years of spills and sweat. Her hands rested on the counter, knuckles white as if gripping it to stay grounded. Yes, I said, swallowing the lump in my throat. I found this. I pulled the receipt from my pocket and laid it on the counter. She glanced down but didn't touch it. You're off the route, she said softly, voice like rustling leaves. That paper? It's a warning. She looked up, eyes meeting mine with an intensity that made my skin crawl. You've been moved. Not by accident. I blinked, confusion twisting in my mind. Moved? What do you mean? She leaned in closer, lowering her voice. This city isn't just streets and buildings. It's layers. Social layers. Invisible walls that separate who belongs where. People like you, they slip between them. Unseen. Unwanted. I rubbed my temples, trying to piece it together. But why? How? Because the city decides, she said, voice steady but cold. It folds you in or pushes you out, depending on who or what you're supposed to be. The bus driver was right. This is the last stop you'll know. After that, you're inside. No going back. Her words hit me like a slap. No going back. I swallowed the lump rising in my throat. A point of no return. The thought made my hands shake. Why me? I asked quietly. I'm just trying to get home. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Home is a story the city tells you. It's never the same for everyone. Behind her, the diner's phone rang once, sharp and sudden. She didn't move to answer. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the window, where shadows lengthened and shifted as if alive. The people you knew? They're gone because they never belonged in this layer to begin with. And the strangers who speak in riddles? They're guides or gatekeepers. Sometimes both. I felt like I was sinking, the floor tilting beneath me. Is there a way out? She shook her head slowly. Not anymore. Once you notice the layers, you're marked. The city watches, always. It's patient. It waits for you to stop fighting. Her words crawled under my skin, cold and unrelenting. I wanted to argue, to deny it all, but the grip on my chest tightened. I realized then that every step I'd taken, every vanished face, every cryptic phrase was part of a design I couldn't escape. The bell above the door jingled again. My heart jumped. A man stepped in, not through the door but from the shadowed corner near the kitchen. He was tall, his clothes blending into the darkness, face unreadable. For a moment, I thought I imagined him. "Checking her out?" he asked, voice low and calm. The waitress didn't flinch. "He's beyond the point now." He smiled, a slow, unsettling curve of his lips. "There's no use pretending, friend. The city's already folded you in deeper than you realize. And now, you have to decide, adapt or disappear." I swallowed hard. The weight of his words pressed down, the room seeming to shrink around me. The city wasn't just shifting me between neighborhoods or social circles. It was a living maze, and I'd stepped into the center without a map or means of escape. "Why me?" I whispered again, voice cracking. The man's eyes glinted faintly. "Because you noticed. Because you don't fit the pattern. The city doesn't like that." Outside, the neon sign sputtered and died. Darkness swallowed the diner whole. I realized then there was no last bus. No way back. Only forward into whatever this city wanted me to become. And the choice wasn't mine. The diner was suffocating in the dark. I glanced at the waitress. Her empty eyes caught mine for a moment, unreadable, like a mirror gone wrong. She didn't move. Neither did the man. The air between us was taut, like a wire stretched too tight, threatening to snap. "Adapt or disappear," he said again, softly. His voice was calm, but I could feel the weight behind it, an unspoken threat that didn't need to be spelled out. I wanted to deny it, to say I'd find a way out, but my hands trembled on the table. The city beating down on me wasn't some abstract idea anymore. It was real. It had me in its grip. No more bus routes or familiar faces. Just this endless shifting of shadows and riddles. "Adapt how?" I asked, voice barely steady. "What am I supposed to do?" His smile widened, slow and unsettling, as if he took pleasure in watching me unravel. "First, you have to understand that the city doesn't just move you around. It reshapes you. Changes what you see, who you trust. It's not just neighborhoods that vanish. It's parts of you." That sent a shiver down my spine, colder than the stale air in the diner. I swallowed, trying to steady my voice. "And if I refuse? Then you disappear." He leaned forward, eyes sharp, cutting through the dark. "Not in the way you think. Not like a body vanishing off a map. But erased. Forgotten. Unseen. You become one of the lost, swallowed whole by the city's layers." I wanted to argue, to say that wasn't possible, but my mind was scrambling too fast. The city shifting neighborhoods was one thing. I could handle that. But becoming invisible? That was terrifying. The waitress finally moved, sliding a cup of coffee toward me. Black and bitter, like the words I just heard. I lifted it, the warmth seeping into my fingers, grounding me. "Why me?" I asked again, voice cracking. "Why does the city care?" The man shrugged, like it was a puzzle without a satisfying answer. "Because you noticed. Because you don't fit the pattern. Most people don't. They go along, keep their heads down, disappear quietly into their assigned layers. You pulled at a thread, and now the city is tugging back." I could feel my pulse in my temples. The diner's cracked plaster walls suddenly seemed closer, the air heavier, like I was trapped underwater, reaching for a breath that wouldn't come. "Is there a way out?" I whispered. He shook his head, eyes dark. "Out is an illusion. Every step forward is deeper in. You can't escape what the city decides." The words felt like a sentence. I wanted to run, to bolt from that place, but my legs were leaden. The city wasn't just a backdrop anymore. It was an active force, a predator circling closer. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a sliver of harsh streetlight sliced through the darkness. A woman stepped inside, her coat soaked from the rain outside. She looked right at me, eyes sharp and calculating, but instead of speaking plainly, she leaned in and said, "The key lies where shadows gather and truths dissolve." Her voice was low, almost a whisper, but it cut through the silence. I blinked, confused. Was she part of this elaborate game? Another piece in the puzzle? Before I could ask, she turned away, leaving a faint scent of damp earth and something metallic in the air. The man across from me smiled again, but this time it was colder, less amused. "See? They're all around you. The city's riddles don't stop at bus stops or street corners. They follow you. They test you." I felt the cup slip slightly in my hand, the bitter coffee spilling onto the table like black ink. The stain spread, dark and stubborn. It looked like a map one I didn't want to follow. "I don't understand," I said, voice trembling. "What do you want from me?" "Survival," he said simply. "That's all anyone wants here. But survival means playing by the city's rules. Adapting faster than it shifts beneath your feet." A cold draft swept through the diner as the old air conditioning kicked on, rattling the fluorescent light overhead. The flicker made the man's face shift between shadow and light, like a mask. I wanted to believe I could outsmart him, that there was a way to break free, but the city's grip was tightening. I glanced at the window. Outside, the street was slick with rain, reflections twisting and warping the familiar into something alien. The bus route I tried to follow felt like a lie, a trick to keep me moving deeper into this maze. I needed answers. I needed a plan. But the only thing I knew for certain was this: the city wasn't done with me yet. "Okay," I said, voice firmer now. "Say I agree. Say I play along. What's the first step?" The man's smile softened, just a little. "First, you stop looking for escape. You learn to disappear in plain sight. To speak in riddles. To move without being seen, even when they're watching." The waitress refilled my cup silently, then turned toward the back, disappearing into the shadows beyond the kitchen door. The man's gaze held mine a moment longer before he rose, his movements smooth and deliberate. "Remember," he said on his way out, "the city is patient. But it never forgets." I sat there, alone now, the weight of the night pressing down until my shoulders ached. The bitter coffee tasted like defeat, but also like a challenge. I wasn't ready to disappear, not yet. Not without a fight. Outside, the rain fell harder. The city breathed around me, alive and waiting. And I knew, without a doubt, that the next stop would change everything. I just didn't know if I'd be ready for what waited on the other side. The rain hadn't stopped. I traced the rim of my coffee cup with a trembling finger, tasting the bitter dregs again and again until the bitterness was less defeat and more resolve. Disappear in plain sight. Speak in riddles. Move without being seen. Somehow, that wasn't just survival anymore. It was surrender, or a transformation I wasn't sure I wanted. I left the diner not long after. The streets were slick, reflecting the neon signs that flickered like tired eyes. I pulled my jacket tighter, the damp cold seeping through the fabric and settling in my bones. I wasn't sure where I was going, but I knew I couldn't stay where I was. The bus stop was empty when I arrived, the harsh street lamp above buzzing softly. The air smelled of wet asphalt and something else, old smoke, maybe, or the faint trace of something chemical. I watched my breath fog in the light, uneven and shaky. When the bus pulled up, I hesitated. The driver was a woman I didn't recognize. She gave me a quick nod, her eyes sharp and unreadable. No usual greetings, no familiar faces waiting behind her. The bus smelled different too, cleaner, sterile almost, but with an undercurrent of something metallic. It was unsettling. I took a seat near the back, clutching my bag tight. The doors hissed shut behind me, and the bus lurched forward. This time, the neighborhoods passed by in a strange blur, the windows framing scenes that felt disjointed, like pages torn from someone else's story. Houses leaned at odd angles, street signs bore names I'd never heard before, and people on the sidewalks moved with a mechanical rhythm that set my nerves on edge. I tried to spot anyone I knew, anyone who could anchor me, but the faces were all strangers, some watching me with curious, calculating eyes, others avoiding mine altogether. Then the riddle started again. A man in a threadbare coat sat across from me and spoke quietly, almost to himself. "When the mirror breaks, which side do you choose to look from?" His voice was gravelly, tired. I blinked, trying to focus. "What do you mean?" He didn't answer. Instead, he repeated, "Which side do you choose?" over and over, like a mantra. I looked away, my skin prickling. The bus slowed near a park, where a woman with a scarf wrapped tightly around her neck muttered, "They move beneath the surface, but the surface shifts too. Watch the cracks." The words were puzzles, but they weren't playful. There was menace in the way they were delivered, subtle but undeniable. I kept my eyes fixed outside, trying to make sense of the jumble of signs and faces, but it only deepened the unease. The city had folded in on itself again, layers stacking and shifting like tectonic plates beneath my feet. When the bus finally stopped, the doors opened onto a street I recognized. The lampposts flickered weakly, casting long, thin shadows. A cold breeze carried the scent of damp leaves and something faintly metallic, like rusted machinery left out in the rain. I stepped off, heart thudding hard in my chest, my hands clammy. I walked slowly, half expecting the familiar faces I'd lost to reappear, but the street was empty except for a lone dog barking somewhere far off. It was the same street where, only days ago, I had been surrounded by people who knew me, who spoke my name without hesitation. Now it was like I'd been erased from their world. I wandered toward the corner cafe where I used to stop on late nights. The window was cracked, the sign above blinking erratically. Inside, two men talked in low voices, their faces obscured by shadows. When I caught their eyes, they smiled thinly, as if sharing a secret I wasn't meant to know. One of them leaned forward and said, "The city's layers aren't just places. They're states of being. Once you fall between them, you're invisible and exposed all at once." I swallowed hard, the words hitting a nerve deeper than I wanted to admit. "Can you get back? To the other side?" The other man shook his head slowly. "You don't get back. You learn to live here, or you vanish." I nodded, the cold settling into my chest like a stone. I understood now. This wasn't just about neighborhoods or faces disappearing. It was about me, about how the city had folded me into its hidden folds, into a liminal space where I was both present and absent, seen and unseen. That night, I didn't sleep. Instead, I paced my tiny apartment, the shadows in the corners stretching and shrinking with the flickering streetlight outside. My phone sat on the table, silent. No messages. No calls. The city had quieted, but the silence was heavy. I thought about the man's words from the diner. Stop looking for escape. I wanted to argue with him, to say I wasn't ready to give up, but the truth was, I didn't know where to go. I was trapped in a social labyrinth with no clear exit. The next morning, I walked the streets again, but this time I moved differently. I watched the people carefully, noting how they glanced past me, how conversations lowered when I came near. I tried to speak in riddles myself, testing the strange language of this hidden city. Some responded, most did not. It was exhausting, lonely too. But it was survival. Weeks passed. I learned to navigate the shifting layers, to slip between them with less panic. I became part of the city's silent machinery, a ghost in the urban grind. Familiar faces remained absent, but I found strange comfort in the riddles and half-spoken truths. One evening, as I waited for the bus, the driver smiled knowingly. "You've learned well," she said quietly. "But remember, the city watches, always." I nodded, the weight of that truth settling over me like a second skin. I was no longer the person who had boarded that bus, searching for normalcy. I was something else. Something changed. Perhaps disappearing wasn't defeat. Perhaps it was a new kind of existence, one shaped by silence, shadows, and the strange poetry of the unknown. As the bus pulled away, carrying me into another neighborhood, another layer, I didn't fight it anymore. I let the city fold me in, patient and unyielding, and I spoke my own riddles into the dark. And somewhere in that shifting maze, I learned how to be invisible. Story 2, Vanished Hours, Trapped in Missing Time. The morning light came unevenly through the blinds, slanting across the floor in thin, dusty lines. I sat up slowly, wincing as something ached along my ribs. My shirt, some unfamiliar gray cotton, felt rough against my skin, and when I looked down, my arms carried dark purple bruises that hadn't been there the night before, or so I thought. My hands shook a little as I rubbed at them, trying to recall how I ended up here. Nothing. No memories. Just a blank. The floor creaked under my bare feet as I stood, wobbling for a moment. The room was sparse, a small table cluttered with empty mugs and a half-eaten sandwich wrapped in cling film, a threadbare couch pushed up against the wall, and a window with cracked glass that rattled faintly in the breeze. Outside, the city was waking up. Distant car engines, the occasional siren, the low murmur of a dog barking somewhere far off. I moved toward the table, eyes catching on a phone lying face down beside the mugs. It wasn't mine, or at least, it didn't feel like it. I picked it up, the screen lighting instantly, which startled me. The wallpaper was a blurry photo of a city street at night, familiar, but not quite right. The lock screen flashed a message notification, "We need to talk." "You disappeared." I stared at the text. The phone was unlocked. I swiped through, heart skipping as cryptic pictures filled the gallery, grainy shots of my own face, blurry and half-lit, taken at odd angles, shots of empty streets, a cracked sidewalk, a closed storefront with a peeling sign that read Miller's Market. Each photo felt like a puzzle piece I wasn't sure belonged to the same picture. There were messages too, all from the same contact saved as watchful. The first one read, "You vanished for hours. No one saw you leave. No cameras caught you. What happened?" I frowned, trying to remember the last time I had been anywhere near Miller's Market. The last thing I could recall was walking home after a late shift at the diner, the one that smelled like fried onions and old coffee, the bell above the door jingling as I left. But that had been hours ago, or so I thought. I checked the phone's call log, hoping for a clue. Nothing unusual. No calls made or received. Just a few missed alerts, all from the same contact. Another text popped up as I stared at the screen. "You don't remember. That's okay. But someone else does." The chill in the room deepened. I tried to suppress the nausea twisting in my stomach. The bruises. The strange clothes. The phone full of unanswered questions. I needed to find out where I was. Pushing open the creaky door, I stepped into a narrow hallway that smelled even worse, like old sweat and damp wood. The light flickered overhead, casting long shadows on the peeling wallpaper. At the end of the hall, a small kitchen. The sink was full of dirty dishes, and a half-empty bottle of water sat on the counter. Nothing welcoming. I found a calendar on the fridge, and the date was circled, yesterday. That was it. I remembered going to bed in my own apartment, which meant this place was someone else's. How had it gotten here? And why? My fingers trembled as I scrolled through the photos again. One caught my eye, a dark image of a hand pressed against frosted glass. The fingers were smeared, the outline blurred, but the sense of desperation was clear. Another was a close-up of a pair of eyes, wide and unblinking, staring into the lens as if begging for help. I swallowed hard, the taste of copper in my mouth. Something was wrong. I could feel it, like a slow tightening knot beneath my ribs. The phone buzzed again. Look outside. You're not alone. I froze, the blood draining from my face. My gaze darted to the window. Outside, the street was oddly quiet. No cars, no people. Just the soft rustling of leaves in the cold wind. I strained to listen, but all I heard was the faint hum of the city waking up. I debated whether to call someone, anyone. But who? My phone, my real phone, was missing. And even if I could reach out, what would I say? That I'd woken up in a stranger's house with bruises and no memory of how I got there? That my phone was filled with cryptic messages from some unknown watcher? The rational part of me screamed to leave, to run out into the street and find help. But my legs felt heavy, as if the floor was pulling me down. I glanced back at the phone, the screen glowing ominously in the dim room. Come find me, the latest message read. The words lingered in the stale air. I swallowed again, dry and tight. My hands clenched the phone so hard the edges dug into my palms. I didn't know where here was. I didn't know whom he was. But I knew one thing. Something was very wrong. A cold sweat trickled down my spine as a shiver ran through my body. The room seemed to close in around me, shadows stretching longer, twisting with a life of their own. I forced myself to stand, every muscle protesting, and moved toward the door. The hallway beyond was pitch black, but I could hear faint, irregular breathing too close to be my own. My heart pounded louder than the silence, each beat a countdown. I had to find the source of that message before it found me. My hand trembled as I reached for the light switch, only to find it unresponsive. The power was out. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I swallowed it down, pressing forward into the darkness with slow, cautious steps. The breathing grew louder, ragged, uneven, echoing off the cold walls. I thought I could make out a faint glimmer ahead, a pinprick of light that pulsed like a heartbeat. As I drew nearer, the air grew thick with the scent of something metallic, sharp, and coppery. My fingers brushed against a cold, wet surface, and I recoiled, realizing it was blood. The realization hit me like a blow. I wasn't alone, and whoever or whatever was here wasn't just hiding but hurt, or worse. Then a whisper curled through the hall, so soft I almost missed it. "Help me," it pleaded, voice fragile and broken. I froze, my mind racing. Should I follow the voice or retreat to safety? The flicker of light ahead wavered, revealing a figure slumped against the wall, a woman, pale and trembling, clutching her side. Her eyes met mine, wide with fear and desperation. "Please," she gasped, voice barely audible, "they're coming. You have to stop them." Before I could respond, a low creak sounded behind me, and the shadows shifted once more. The thing was very wrong, and now it was closing in. The woman's eyes didn't waver as I knelt beside her, only growing whiter with that raw mix of fear and something desperate, hope, maybe. "They're coming," she whispered again, voice cracking. "You have to stop them." Her gaze darted down the hallway, where shadows pulled thick as ink. The creak behind me was louder now, deliberate, almost impatient. I swallowed hard, trying to make sense of it all. This wasn't just some random nightmare I'd stumbled into. Who's coming?" I asked, voice rough, barely more than a breath. She shook her head, eyelids flickering shut for a second before she forced them open. "I don't know. But they want something. They took my phone. Took everything." Her fingers brushed against her side again, and I caught the faintest tremor of pain. I glanced back toward the wavering light at the end of the hall. The air was thick with silence, but not real silence, the kind you hear before something breaks, a trap snapping shut. The metallic scent hung heavier now, like the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay itself, was bleeding. "We need to get out," I said, voice firmer than I felt. "Help me up." Her grip was weak but steady as I pulled her to her feet, careful not to jostle her injured side. The hallway stretched ahead, shadows folding into each other, swallowing every detail. I couldn't tell where the house ended and the nightmare began. "Can you walk?" I asked, scanning her face for any sign she'd collapse. She nodded, gasping softly. Slowly. I eased her forward, each step echoing against cracked plaster walls. A faint hum buzzed somewhere, a fluorescent light flickered overhead, casting a strobe effect that made the hallway look like it was breathing. I wanted to believe I'd find an exit, a phone, or at least a clue, but the place was a maze of peeling wallpaper and broken furniture silhouetted in darkness. "Did you see who took you?" I asked, glancing down at her face, which was pale but determined. "No," she shook her head. "Just shadows. Voices. And a man. Tall. Quiet. I never saw his face." Her breath hitched. "He said I shouldn't trust anyone." That sent a chill through me. Not supernatural, but worse. Human. Calculated. The kind of danger you didn't see coming until it was too late. I pulled out my phone again, the screen lighting up with those cryptic photos, the twisted angles, the blurred faces, the strange messages. One new text blinked at the top. "You disappeared. Don't pretend you don't know why. No sender ID." The woman glanced at it, eyes narrowing. "They're watching you. Watching both of us." I swallowed hard. "I don't understand." The security cameras nearby showed nothing. No one entered or left. My voice sounded hollow even to me. Her lips pressed together. They're good at erasing themselves. Like ghosts. She exhaled, then winced. "I don't think this is about us." "Not really. It's bigger." I wanted to ask how she could be so certain, but the creak behind us cut through my thoughts again, closer this time, and with purpose. "Find a place to hide," she said, voice urgent. "I'll try to distract them." "No," I shook my head, gripping her arm. "We stick together." The hallway ended at a narrow door, half open, revealing a cluttered room lit by the pale glow of a cracked lamp. Inside, the smell of damp fabric and dust mingled with faint perfume, something floral but sharp, the kind that lingers long after the wearer is gone. We slipped inside, the woman collapsing onto a threadbare armchair. I pressed my back against the door, listening. The creaking stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then a soft tapping, barely audible, on the other side of the door. Slow, deliberate, like someone testing the wood. "Who's there?" I called out, voice steady but low. No answer. The tapping resumed, faster now. A shadow flickered beneath the gap at the bottom of the door. I glanced down and saw it, a dark shape, moving like a spider's leg, curling and uncurling. My heart hammered. I wanted to believe it was just a trick of light, a rat or a stray branch knocking against the house. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. "Stay down," the woman whispered, clutching my hand. Her skin was ice cold. I nodded, eyes fixed on the door. The tapping slowed, then stopped. Minutes passed. I dared a breath. Then, suddenly, a sharp rattle shook the door frame, like someone was trying to force it open. "Get ready," the woman hissed. I scanned the room, desperate for anything, a chair, a heavy book, a piece of metal. Nothing useful. Just dusty shelves and broken mementos. The rattle grew louder, the hinges groaning under pressure. "We don't have much time," she said, struggling to stand despite the pain. I felt the blood pounding in my temples. This wasn't about a simple missing time or cryptic photos anymore. It was about survival. Then the door gave a sudden jerk. Darkness spilled inside like ink. I closed my eyes tight. When I opened them again, the room was empty. No one there. The woman sat back down, gasping. "They want to break us. To make us doubt everything." I nodded, swallowing a dry lump. "But why me? Why us?" She shook her head, exhausted. "I don't know. But whatever this is, it's been going on longer than you realize. And it's not done." A sudden beep from my phone startled us both. A new message. I unlocked the screen. One word. "Watch." The screen flickered to a video, grainy, shaky footage from somewhere outside. I recognized the street, my street. The front door of my apartment building. But the footage showed nothing unusual. Just the empty sidewalk, swaying trees, and a single figure standing perfectly still at the edge of the frame. The figure turned slowly toward the camera. And before I could blink, the video cut out. I dropped the phone onto the floor. A cold sweat slicked my back. Someone was watching. Closer than I thought. And they weren't going to stop. Not until they got what they wanted. I looked at the woman, a silent question hanging between us. She gave a tired, grim smile. "Ready?" I nodded. Whatever came next, I knew running wasn't an option anymore. We had to face it. Together. The silence in the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay thickened like fog, suffocating and precise. The woman beside me, her eyes heavy with exhaustion, broke the quiet. "We don't have much time." Her voice was low, almost a whisper, but it carried a weight that made my skin prickle. I forced myself to sit up straighter, the rough fabric of the couch biting in my arms. "What do you mean?" "Time for what?" She glanced toward the window, where the streetlights flickered unevenly, casting long shadows across the cracked pavement outside. "They're not just watching anymore. They've started moving in." I swallowed hard. My throat dried up, leaving a scratchy emptiness. "Who? Who are they?" Her eyes didn't meet mine. "That's what we need to figure out. But the longer you stay here, the deeper you get pulled into this. There's no going back." A cold wind gusted through the slightly cracked window, carrying with it the smell of wet asphalt and something metallic like rust or old blood. I shivered, pulling my knees closer to my chest. The bruises on my arms throbbed sharply. I tried to remember how I ended up here, in these clothes that weren't mine, with shadows crawling beneath my skin. Nothing came. Just a void. "Listen," she said, voice tight. I don't know how much you remember, but you vanished. For hours. No footage, no witnesses, no trace. Like you were erased. But you weren't. I blinked, trying to focus. If there's no footage, no witness, then how do you know? How do you even know I was gone? She pulled her phone from her jacket pocket, swiping through a series of messages. Because someone has been talking to me. Someone who knows you. Someone who wants you to see this. She handed the device over. It was a string of texts, cryptic, fragmented phrases that made my stomach churn. They don't want you to remember. You're deeper in than you think. No one escapes this. Not really. I scrolled further, the last message flashing in bold. You chose this. Now live with it. My hands trembled, the screen's light casting eerie shadows on the wall. This isn't some game. What do they mean by chose this? She sighed, running a hand through her tangled hair. Because you did. Whether you remember or not, you made a decision. You stepped into their world, and every second since has been pulling you further away from everything you knew. I shook my head, frustration bubbling up. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember anything except waking up here. The bruises, the clothes, the phone. None of it makes sense. Her eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that made me flinch. You're not the only one who's confused. But I promise you, there are people out there, people like us, who've been caught in this. And none of us get out clean. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in. I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the distant bark of a dog, and somewhere far off, the rumble of traffic that didn't belong here, not at this hour. The air smelled stale, like old sweat and dust, mixed with something sharp or fear, maybe. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was nearly midnight. The night outside had slipped into a kind of oppressive stillness. No movement on the street except for the occasional flicker of a passing car's headlights. Why me? I whispered. Why is this happening to me? She shrugged, a bitter smile twisting her lips. Maybe it's not about you specifically. Maybe it's just who you were when this started. Or who you were meant to become. I felt my heartbeat quicken, a dull ache settling behind my eyes. Stop talking in riddles. Her phone buzzed again. She glanced at it, then back at me. There's more. She opened a new message, this one an image, a photo taken from inside a room with dim lighting. I recognized the layout immediately. It was my apartment. Except the photo showed someone else inside. Someone sitting on my couch, staring directly at the camera. Who is that? I asked, voice barely audible. She shook her head. I don't know. But they've been there. Watching. Waiting. A sudden noise made us both jump, a soft tapping at the window. My breath caught. I moved toward the sound, heart pounding so loudly I thought it might burst out of my chest. The woman grabbed my arm firmly. Don't. I froze, staring at the dark glass. The tapping came again, slower this time. Then silence. It's nothing, she said quickly, but I could hear the tension in her voice. Probably just a branch. I didn't believe her. I never did. I backed away from the window, eyes scanning the street outside. The night felt alive now, too alive, as if it were holding its breath. We can't stay here, I said, shaking my head. They know where I am. They'll keep coming. She nodded, as if she'd been expecting me to say that. That's why you have to come with me. Right now. Before it's too late. I hesitated. 1,000 questions swirling in my mind, but no answers. No place to run. No safety. Where? I asked quietly. Somewhere they can't reach you. At least for a little while. Her words should have offered relief, but all I felt was a sinking weight in my chest. The truth was clear. I was already trapped. The past hours, the messages, the strange photos, they weren't warnings. They were chains. I glanced once more at the phone on the floor, then back at her. I guess I'm in this for good. She nodded solemnly. Point of no return. The front door creaked open somewhere down the hall. We both froze. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Not ours. The room plunged into darkness as the power cut out. I swallowed hard. The night had just begun. Darkness swallowed the hallway like a living thing. We can't stay here, I whispered, barely daring to break the silence. My voice sounded foreign, almost brittle. I rubbed my bruised arm, trying to summon some semblance of courage. They know where I am. They'll keep coming. She didn't argue. Her nod was slow, as if she'd been expecting me to say that all along. That's why you have to come with me. Right now. Before it's too late. I swallowed hard. The phone sat on the floor behind me, its cracked screen blinking faintly as if urging me to look again. The cryptic photos, the messages that never made sense, were they warnings? Or traps? The line between the two blurred with every passing second. Where? My voice was barely a whisper. Somewhere they can't reach you. At least for a little while. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe there was a place untouched by whatever nightmare I'd fallen into. Instead, a cold knot settled in my stomach. I was already tangled in something far too big. The messages, the bruises, the vanishing hours, it wasn't just a game. It was a chain, dragging me deeper into darkness. I glanced at her. I guess I'm in this for good. She exhaled slowly. Point of no return. Then the sound came again. The door, moving just a fraction. Footsteps slow, heavy, deliberate, creeping closer down the hall. The electricity cut out with a snap. The room went black. Silence. Complete silence. My hands trembled as I reached for her arm. We have to move. She took my hand, cold and steady. Stay close. Keep quiet. We slipped into the hallway, shadows clinging to us like a second skin. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of damp plaster and something metallic, old pipes, maybe. The owls groaned around us, the settling of a building that had stood too long without care. I pressed my back against the wall, listening. Their footsteps echoed somewhere behind us, muffled by the darkness. Not chasing us yet. Waiting. We need to get to the basement, she said, voice barely above a breath. They won't expect that. Why the basement? I whispered, already dreading the answer. Because it's the only place with a back exit. A way out. She glanced at me, eyes sharp even in the dark. But it's not safe. Not really. I nodded, trying to swallow the lump in my throat. Every instinct screamed to run, but where? Outside was the unknown, probably worse than this haunted house. Behind us was the danger. We moved slowly, every step measured. My bruised ribs protested with each breath, sharp pain twisting through me like an item I couldn't see. I tried not to wince. Near the bottom of the stairs, the silence shattered. A door slammed somewhere upstairs. The sound ricocheted through the walls, loud and final. They're looking, she whispered. panic threading her voice. I squeezed her hand harder. We're almost there. The basement door creaked open before we reached it, a sliver of dim light spilling into the dark stairwell. Shadows flickered, shifting like something alive. My heart hammered against my ribs, threatening to burst free. "Hide," she hissed, pulling me into a narrow alcove behind a stack of dusty crates. We crouched, breath shallow, listening. Footsteps. Closer. Then a voice low, cold, unfamiliar. "You can't hide forever," it said. The words were deliberate, slow, like a warning and a promise. I swallowed. My hands were ice against the rough of the crates. I wanted to say something, anything, but the words caught in my throat. The footsteps retreated, slow and measured, fading into the house's dark corridors. We waited, barely daring to breathe. "Okay," she said finally, voice trembling just enough to remind me she was human, scared like me. "Now's our chance." I nodded, forcing my legs to move though they felt like lead. The basement smelled of mildew and something sharp, like rusted metal left in water too long. The air was thick, cold, and suffocating. She led me to the back exit, an old door with peeling paint and a rusted handle. I tested it gently. Locked. Of course. "We'll find another way," she said. "There has to be." I wanted to believe her, but the silence outside felt endless and empty. The sky was a blanket of black with no stars, no moon. Just the distant hum of traffic and a dog barking somewhere far off. Suddenly, a faint buzzing noise reached my ears. I frowned, scanning the shadows. A phone. Mine. I whispered, "My phone." She nodded. "It's probably still alive. Maybe there's a signal." I pulled it from my pocket, hand shaking. The screen flickered weakly. Messages. New ones. From the same unknown sender. The photo showed me sleeping on that couch, then standing in the hallway, bruises close up. The last image was taken from behind, showing my back as I moved toward the basement. "Watching," she said quietly. "Why?" I asked, voice barely audible. Her eyes met mine. "Because they want to break me. Or use me. Or both." I swallowed hard. The phone buzzed again, a new message, just a single word. Run. It was impossible. There was nowhere to run. A sudden noise snapped my head up, footsteps. Not slow this time. Quick. Closer. The door handle rattled. "Hide," she hissed, gripping my arm. We dove behind a stack of crates just as the door swung open, slamming against the wall. The cold night air rushed in, carrying with it the scent of wet earth and something else. Something faint but unmistakable. Fear. The space filled with footsteps, searching, methodical. I held my breath, every muscle tensed. The silence was shattered by a soft chuckle, low and cruel. "You can't hide," the voice whispered again, right beside us. I jerked, heart hammering in my chest. There was no shadow, no figure visible in the dim light. Only the sound of footsteps retreating, this time, fading for good. I exhaled, trembling. "Who are they?" I asked, voice cracking. She shook her head. "I don't know." But they're not done. A sudden realization hit me, cold and sharp. They were inside the house. Watching. Waiting. Knowing every move we made. I glanced at the phone again. The screen went black. No signal. We were cut off. Alone. I shivered, wrapping my arms around my ribs. The bruises throbbed with each breath. "We have to keep moving," she said, voice steady despite the tension. "There's a tunnel here. An old service passage. It leads outside, but it's narrow and dark." I hesitated, the weight of exhaustion pressing down. My body screamed for rest. But the thought of staying, waiting for them to find us, was worse. "Let's go," I said, voice low. I sat on the cold edge of the cracked bathroom sink, staring at my reflection in the mirror that was chipped down the middle. The bruises on my face, still vibrant shades of purple and yellow, felt like screaming reminders of a night I couldn't remember. The unfamiliar clothes clung to me awkwardly, stiff and scratchy, the way a stranger's belongings always do. My phone was back in my pocket, its screen cracked but still glowing faintly with those cryptic photos and messages. I'd read through them again and again, words that made no sense paired with images that felt like fragments from another life. I tried to piece it together. Hours missing without a trace. The camera feeds that showed nothing, as if I'd evaporated into thin air. And the voice on the other end of the messages, someone who claimed to have seen me vanish, then reappear, yet no one else had noticed a thing. It didn't add up. Nothing did. The house was quiet now, the kind of quiet that pressed against your ears until you could almost hear your own blood rushing. I could smell the faintest trace of mildew mixed with something sweet, maybe old perfume or the residue of cheap air freshener. It lingered like a ghost, and it made my skin crawl. I forced myself to stand and leave the bathroom. The wooden floorboards creaked underfoot, a soft groan that felt too loud in the stillness. Outside the window, the sky was bruised with the first hints of dawn. I hadn't slept. Couldn't sleep. Not with all of this hanging over me. Down the hall, I found a small kitchen. The sink was piled with dirty dishes, and a half-empty bottle of something dark and sticky sat on the counter. I ran my fingers over the label, some brand I'd never heard of. The taste of stale coffee lingered in the air, bitter and thick. I poured a glass of tap water, not trusting the bottle, and the cold liquid shocked my throat awake. Then I heard it, a soft shuffle, footsteps from the other side of the house. My heart hammered in my chest, and I froze. The door at the end of the hall opened slowly, revealing a man with tired eyes and a face that looked too familiar to be a stranger. "Hey," he said, voice low and cautious. "You're up." I wanted to ask who he was, why I was here, but my throat tightened. Instead, I just nodded. "I'm sorry," he said, stepping closer but keeping his distance. "You probably don't remember much, but I've been trying to keep you safe." Safe. The word felt heavy, loaded with doubt. Safe from what? From whom? Why am I here? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He hesitated. "You were missing. No one knew where you were for hours. I found you outside, unconscious, and brought you here." "Outside where?" I pressed. "Near the park. You looked hurt. I thought you might have been attacked." I swallowed hard. The bruises, the strange clothes, the vanishing act, it was all too much. I had no memory of any of it. He handed me a folded piece of paper. "I found this with you." I unfolded it carefully. It was a note, written in shaky handwriting. It said, "Don't trust the cameras. They lie." A chill ran down my spine. The cameras. The ones that showed nothing. Someone had to be lying. Who sent me those messages? I asked, holding up my phone. He shook his head. "I don't know." I've been trying to figure that out too. Whoever it is, they're watching you. Watching me. The words settled in the pit of my stomach like stones. "Why?" I whispered. He looked away, biting his lip. I don't have answers. But I think it's connected to something you saw. Something you weren't supposed to. My mind reeled. I tried to recall anything, a flash, a face, a place. But the fog was impenetrable. Can I trust you? He met my eyes steadily. I want you to. The door creaked again behind him, and I tensed. He glanced back but didn't move toward it. I need to get you somewhere safe, he said. Somewhere no one can find you until we figure this out. I hesitated, torn between the instinct to run and the exhaustion that weighed me down. I don't have anywhere else, I said quietly. He nodded. Then we'll figure it out together. Outside, the sun was rising, pink and pale, washing over the neighborhood like a slow, healing balm. For the first time since waking up in that strange house, a fragile thread of hope stretched between us. We left the house, the door clicking softly behind us. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of dew and earth. The world felt unreal, as if I'd stepped into a dream I couldn't quite wake from. As we walked, he told me what little he knew, how the security footage had been tampered with, how others had disappeared briefly in the area, only to reappear with no explanation, much like me. People who claimed to have seen things that didn't make sense. Shadows moving where there were none. Whispers on the wind that vanished when you tried to listen closer. I listened, absorbing the pieces of a puzzle I wasn't sure I wanted to complete. When we reached his car, he handed me a small bag with some clothes and essentials. You'll need these. I looked at him, really looked, and saw the weariness beneath his guarded exterior. Not a villain, maybe just another lost soul caught in something far bigger than either of us. He started the engine, the filling the silence between us. Thank you, I said, surprising myself. He smiled faintly. We're going to get through this. I promise. And in that moment, I believed him. Not because I had proof, but because hope felt like the only thing worth holding on to. As the car pulled away, I glanced at my phone one last time. The messages were still there, stubborn and mysterious. But now, they felt less like a threat and more like a call to understand. I didn't know what lay ahead, or how deep the darkness really went. But I knew I wasn't alone anymore. And for the first time in days, I let myself breathe. Story 3, Lost on the Blue Ridge, Nightmares Beyond the Trail. I never considered myself the type to get lost in the woods. The beam cut through the darkness in a narrow cone, bright and stark against the blackness. I liked the silence out there, the way it stretched out in every direction, unbroken except for the occasional snap of a twig or the distant call of a night bird. I'd been hiking alone for years, using these nighttime trips to clear my head, to forget the humdrum of office life and the endless scroll of emails. But this time, the forest felt less like a refuge and more like a cage. I checked the map on my phone, it screened in to preserve battery, and confirmed the trail I was supposed to follow. It was the Blue Ridge Loop, a route I'd taken before, though never so late. The GPS signal wavered, flickering uncertainly, and I frowned, lowering the phone. My fingers trembled slightly, but I chalked it up to the cold. November nights had a way of sneaking in chill that settled into your bones. As I stepped forward, the path underfoot shifted from soft earth to a patch where dry leaves crinkled and cracked. The flashlight caught movement just beyond the beam, a flicker of shadow that seemed too quick, too deliberate. I stopped, held my breath, listened. Nothing. Just the wind teasing the branches, nothing more. Still, my skin prickled, and I swallowed the sudden dryness in my throat. I told myself it was a deer or maybe a raccoon. Or even just my imagination. I always told myself that. But the forest had a way of turning friendly faces into strangers after dark, twisting the familiar into something else entirely. The track narrowed, the trees drawing closer like silent sentinels. The smell shifted to no longer just pine and damp earth, but something metallic on the breeze, faint but sharp. I wrinkled my nose and took a cautious step forward. The beam revealed a tangle of roots, gnarled and slick with moss, forcing me to slow down and watch my footing. Then, the path split. I stopped, scanning the map again, the glow from the phone casting a pale light on my fingers. But the trail lines on the screen didn't match what I saw on the ground. One fork veered sharply left, plunging into thick underbrush I was sure wasn't part of the official loop. The others seemed to curve right, but the trees here leaned inward unnaturally, blocking the view like a wall. My heart picked up pace. I told myself to stay calm, to trust the map. But a strange doubt gnawed at the edges of my mind. I chose the right fork, stepping carefully through the dense tangle. The air grew colder, the smell of metal stronger now, almost like rust. I swallowed hard. The beam flickered, and for a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing just beyond the trees, a silhouette so still it could have been a trick of light. I blinked. Nothing. Just shadows. I stopped again. My hands shook, probably from the cold or maybe from nerves, and I pulled the jacket tighter around me. "Get it together," I muttered. "You're just tired." But the words felt hollow. The forest around me had changed. Trees that once stood straight now leaned at odd angles, their branches twisting in ways that didn't make sense. The ground underfoot was uneven, the familiar crunch of leaves replaced by a damp squelch that soaked through my boots. I glanced back. The trail behind me looked different too, less worn, as if no one had passed that way in years. I tried the phone again. No signal. The map froze, a blinking dot stranded in the middle of a blank space. My pulse hammered in my ears. I was off the trail. Somewhere I shouldn't be. I swallowed. The cold tasted metallic in my mouth now. I thought about turning back, but the path behind me was disappearing in the gloom, swallowed by the forest's ever-hungry shadows. I tried to retrace my steps, but the trees seemed to shift subtly when I wasn't looking, the underbrush thickening as if to block my retreat. A sudden rustle to my left snapped me around. The beam caught a flash of movement, too fast, too deliberate. I held my breath. "Hello?" My voice was small, swallowed by the night. Silence answered. The only sound was my own ragged breathing and the faint drip of water somewhere close. I took a step forward, then another. The forest seemed to close in, the shadows deepening beyond the reach of my light. I caught the faintest scent of smoke, but not from a campfire. Something sharper, acrid, like burnt plastic or chemicals. I wrinkled my nose, heart pounding. I wasn't alone. That much was clear. The thought made my skin crawl, but I forced myself to keep moving. If I stayed still, I'd only feed the growing sense of dread. My eyes darted back and forth, catching glimpses of shapes just beyond the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows, twisting branches, fallen logs arranged like obstacles, and always those shadows. They seemed to shift, to breathe. The forest was warping, twisting into something unrecognizable. I tried to steady my voice again. "Is someone there?" More silence. Too much silence. The kind that feels like listening to the world holding its breath. Then, a sound. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, crunching through dry leaves somewhere to my right. I froze. The beam swung toward the noise, catching a glimpse of shapes moving just beyond the trees. No faces. No figures, really just shadows, shifting like smoke. I swallowed hard. "I'm not looking for trouble," I said. "Just trying to get back to the trail." The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then, faint laughter. Not the kind you'd hear at a party, the low, echoing kind that seems to come from far away but close enough to send a shiver down your spine. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root. The flashlight tilted wildly, casting long, distorted shadows that danced across the trees. I caught my breath, heart hammering. My hands trembled so much I almost dropped the light. I told myself I was imagining it. That maybe someone else was out here, messing with me, playing a prank. But then I wondered why someone would be out here at this hour, in this part of the forest, where no one came unless they wanted to vanish. I swallowed again. The cold was biting now, creeping beneath my jacket and into my bones. I didn't want to be here anymore. Not like this. Not alone. I took a shaky step forward. The forest seemed to close in tighter, the shadows converging. The path I thought I knew had disappeared entirely, replaced by a maze of distorted trees and shifting darkness. And then I realized I wasn't just lost. I was somewhere else. Somewhere the map didn't show. The flashlight flickered once more, then steadied. Something waiting. The flashlight hung heavy in my hand, its beam steady now, though my pulse still hammered in my ears like a frantic drum. I blinked against the sharp cold and tried to make sense of the twisted forest before me. The path I knew, the one I'd been following, had vanished. Instead, there was this tangled mess of trees leaning at impossible angles, their bark mottled with dark streaks, like someone had scrawled warnings in the wood. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of adrenaline coating my tongue. I knew I wasn't imagining it. Those shadows I'd glimpsed weren't tricks of my mind. Someone else had been here. Or was still here. I took a deep breath. Okay, I muttered, voice low and rough. Let's figure this out. The crunch of leaves underfoot sounded louder than usual in the still night. My flashlight beam swept left, then right, trying to catch a flicker, a movement, anything out of place. The air smelled damp, thick with the scent of moss and earth, but beneath that was something else, metallic, faint, like blood. I paused, heart skipping. Probably just a wild animal. Maybe a raccoon or a fox, but the thought didn't settle well. I crouched briefly, brushing my fingers over the ground. The dirt was soft, disturbed recently. Footprints? I squinted, angling the light low. There 3 sets, muddy, heading deeper into the darkness. Not mine. Not any hikers I'd seen before. The prints were uneven, like whoever had made them was limping or dragging something. The thought curled in my stomach, cold and unwelcome. I debated following the tracks. It felt reckless, but staying put was worse. I needed answers. Questions buzzed in my head. Was I still on the trail? Had I stumbled into a trap? Was someone watching me right now? A sudden rustle to my right snapped my head around. The beam caught a flash of movement, quick, deliberate, between 2 trees. I froze, breath caught, muscles tight. A figure? Maybe. Just a trick of the light. I blinked, but the space was empty. Hello? My voice barely rose above a whisper. Is someone there? No answer. Only the whisper of the wind through branches. A distant dog barked, sharp and startled, then silence again. I pressed forward, flashlight steady. The forest seemed to close in, branches brushing my jacket, leaves snagging on my sleeves. The path beneath was uneven, broken by roots and rocks. I stumbled once, catching myself against a tree. The rough bark pressed into my palm, grounding me. I needed to stay sharp. The footprints led uphill, toward a ridge I hadn't noticed on the map. That made no sense. The trail was supposed to circle around the valley, not climb it. I stopped at the base, peering into the darkness above. A low wind rattled the leaves, carrying with it a faint murmur of voices. My skin prickled. Voices in the middle of nowhere? They were muffled, as if coming from far away or hidden behind thick brush. I knelt down again, ear close to the ground. Not a trick of the trees, then. Someone was talking. I debated calling out again, but held back. If whoever was out here wanted to be found, they'd make themselves known. But something told me they didn't want that. The ridge was steep, the soil loose and crumbly underfoot. I climbed slowly, handhold scarce, flashlight beam bouncing wildly with each step. The voices grew clearer, low, hurried, tense. Words I couldn't quite catch. At the ridge's crest, I spotted movement, a cluster of figures, shadowed and still, huddled near a fallen tree. They were too far to make out faces, but their posture was deliberate, watchful. Not the casual hikers I'd expected. My breath caught. I ducked behind a thick oak, heart racing. I knew I should leave, turn back to the safety of the main trail, but curiosity twisted my gut into knots. I scanned the group. One figure pulled a flashlight from a backpack, shining it briefly toward the ridge edge. A flicker of light caught my eye. They were looking in my direction. I dropped back, stepping carefully down the slope, trying to stay out of sight. The voices rose in urgency, words sharper now, like an argument. My mind scrambled to catch phrases. Too close. Don't let them find us. Move before dawn. I swallowed the lump in my throat. People with something to hide. Maybe they were squatters, or worse, criminals using the forest's cover. I pictured the news stories I'd read about hikers disappearing, about secret camps and hidden crimes in national parks. My chest tightened. I needed to get out. Fast. But as I turned, a twig snapped beneath my boot. The group fell silent instantly. Then, a voice, calm but firm. Who's there? I froze. The beam from their flashlight swept toward me, sharp and accusing. My heart thundered. No way out without being seen. I'm just hiking, I stammered, voice cracking. I didn't mean to intrude. A figure stepped forward, tall, hood pulled low. At this hour? Alone? I swallowed hard, the cold creeping even deeper now. I got lost. I was trying to find the trail. There was a pause, then a low chuckle. Lost, huh? The voice was rough, but not cruel. You're lucky. Could have been worse. Worse how? I asked, voice barely steady. The figure didn't answer immediately. Instead, the others emerged from the shadows, faces tense but not hostile. One woman's eyes flicked to my flashlight, then back to me. Not many come through here after dark, she said. Most turn back at the fork. The fork? I echoed, confusion knotting my brow. She nodded, stepping closer. About a mile back, the trail splits. One way leads to the campsite. The other, you know where you want to go. I tried to process that. The path I'd lost wasn't just a mistake. It was deliberate, almost like someone had hidden it, or maybe never wanted it found. Why are you out here? I asked, voice steadier now. Same reason as you, maybe, another man said. Waiting for dawn. Watching. Listening. Watching what? I pressed. The woman glanced around, then lowered her voice. People disappear around here. Not just lost hikers. Stuff happens. You're lucky we found you first. The words landed heavy. Lucky? I didn't feel lucky. Can you help me get back? I asked quickly. She hesitated, then nodded. Yeah, but you'll have to stay close. And keep quiet. We moved together then, a small group slipping through the darkness. The forest seemed different with more people around, less threatening, but also more alive in a way that made me uneasy. Every crack of a branch, every whisper of wind, felt amplified. I stole glances at the faces around me, trying to read their stories. Some were young, others older. The sky had already swallowed the last hints of daylight when I realized the path behind me had vanished. As we walked, the woman, her name was Mara, explained more. We're not here to hurt you. Just trying to survive. This place, it changes people. Forces things out of them. I nodded slowly, digesting the strange companionship. I wanted to ask more, but the tension clung to the air, cold and heavy with silence like mist. We were all waiting for what? I wasn't sure. Then, just as the first light of dawn began to stain the sky pale pink, we reached the fork Mara had mentioned. The well-worn path stretched left and right, the difference stark. One side looked like a proper trail. The other descended into an almost unnatural darkness, even in daylight. Mara turned to me. Which way? I hesitated, heart still pounding from the night's discoveries. The safe path beckoned, but the other side whispered secrets I wasn't ready to leave behind. Left, I said finally. Back. She nodded, but her eyes flicked once more to the darker trail. Maybe next time, she said softly. I watched her and the others disappear into the shadows, leaving me standing at the edge of the forest I thought I knew. The sun rose higher, but we moved deeper into the woods, the air thick with damp earth and pine needles crushed beneath our boots. I kept my flashlight steady, its beam sweeping over gnarled roots and broken branches, but the shadows beyond it seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally. The woman led the way, her pace slow but deliberate, like she knew exactly where she was going or what she was avoiding. Why do you stay out here so long? I asked, voice low, not wanting to break the fragile quiet. She glanced back briefly, eyes sharp under the brim of her hat. Because if you try to leave before it's ready, you don't get to leave at all. I swallowed hard at that. The forest didn't feel like a place that gave warnings, just threats. But hers felt more like a rule, something carved into this place by people who've been here longer than me. Who's it? I pressed, though I half knew I didn't want the answer. She didn't answer right away. Instead, the man who'd spoken before stepped closer, his voice rough but steady. Not it exactly. More like they. People who watch. People who make sure you don't wander too far. I looked into the darkness, trying to pinpoint where they might be lurking. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches like fingers poised just out of sight. Watching what? I asked again, trying to keep my voice calm. The woman's eyes flicked to mine, a flicker of something unreadable passing through them. You'd be surprised what someone can do when they think no one's looking. I thought about all the stories I'd heard, missing hikers, strange noises, the way paths could vanish overnight. But this wasn't some ghost tale. This was something more calculated. More human. A sudden rustle to my left made me freeze. My heart slammed against my ribs. I spun my flashlight beam toward the sound, but it was just a squirrel scurrying up a tree. I exhaled slowly, trying to steady my breathing. Don't let your guard down, the man warned quietly. They use the forest to confuse you. To make you doubt where you are. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. The idea that someone or some group was deliberately manipulating the trails, the shadows, the very air around me was terrifying. And I was at their mercy. The woman stopped suddenly, raising a hand. Wait. We all froze. The silence around us thickened, pressing in like a physical weight. I strained to hear anything, footsteps, voices, breathing, but there was nothing beyond the crackling of dry leaves beneath our feet. Then came a faint, almost imperceptible clicking sound, like the snap of twigs, but rhythmic, deliberate. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. She nodded. "They're close." Every nerve in my body screamed to run, but I forced myself to stay still. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was something darker, an understanding that escape might not be an option. The man stepped forward, voice low but firm. "We have to keep moving. Now!" We pressed on through the tangled underbrush, the clicking sound fading but replaced by an eerie silence that felt even more menacing. My flashlight flickered briefly, and I cursed under my breath, the battery draining faster than I expected. After what felt like an eternity, we emerged into a small clearing bathed in pale moonlight. The air was colder here, sharper. The woman looked around carefully before speaking. "This used to be a campsite. Years ago." "By who?" I asked, scanning the area. Old fire pits, rusted cans, and a few broken tents lay scattered, half swallowed by moss and vines. "People like us," she said. "But not all of them made it out." The thoughts settled over me like a fog. People out here, lost or worse, because the forest wasn't just wild, it was controlled. Patrolled. Enforced by unknown watchers who didn't want intruders. "Why don't you leave?" I asked, feeling foolish the moment the words left my mouth. "We can't," she replied, voice barely above a whisper. "Not until it lets us." I swallowed hard, the weight of those words sinking in. I was no longer just a lost hiker. I was trapped in someone else's game, caught in a web I didn't understand. A sudden snap echoed from the tree line, followed by a low thud. We all turned, breath hitching. Something or someone was out there, watching us. The man pulled his jacket tighter around him. "We need to find a safe place. Fast." As we moved toward the edge of the clearing, I noticed something odd, faint footprints in the mud, too large and deliberate to be animal tracks. They headed deeper into the woods, disappearing into darkness. "Those aren't ours," I said, pointing. The woman nodded grimly. "They belong to the Watchers." A cold shiver ran down my spine. The forest had shifted from a backdrop of mystery to an active trap. Escape wasn't just difficult, it was impossible without their permission. I glanced back the way we'd come. The path was gone. Not just hidden, but erased, no sign of the trail, no markers, nothing familiar. The man caught my eye. "Once you step off, there's no turning back." I realized then that whatever had started as a simple hike had become a point of no return. The forest wasn't just a place to get lost in. It was a place where you ceased to exist on your own terms. A sudden whisper of wind carried a faint voice, too soft to understand, but unmistakably human. I held my breath, every muscle taut. The Watchers were near. Watching. Waiting. And I was part of their world now. The mud was still fresh, the prints pressed deep like the imprint of a warning. Behind us, the trail had vanished, swallowed whole by shadows and overgrowth. No markers, no footprints, nothing that promised a way back. Only the blackness pressing close, like a living thing. I glanced at the man, his eyes sharp, alert. "Once you step off, there's no turning back." I wanted to argue, to insist we find some way out, but the truth was that the forest had already claimed us. No longer just a place to get lost in, it was a place to vanish. The whisper came again, carried by the wind, soft but unmistakable. A voice, human, but broken, distant. I held my breath, ears straining. Maybe it was a trick. Maybe it was just the wind shifting leaves. But the sound put the hairs on my arms on edge. There was something else out there. Watching. Waiting. "We need to move," the man said, voice low but urgent. "Staying still only makes it easier for them." I nodded, fumbling with my flashlight. The beam flickered once, twice, then steadied. I swept it ahead, trying to pierce the darkness. The forest was no longer familiar. Trees twisted in strange angles, branches clawed at the air, cold and heavy with silence like desperate hands. The path we followed, if it had ever existed, had warped into something alien. We stepped forward, the mud squishing beneath our feet, our steps slow and deliberate. Every sound was amplified, the snap of a twig, the rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. Or was it something else? I couldn't tell anymore. My skin prickled. I thought I caught a movement, a shadow shifting just beyond the flashlight's edge. Twice I swung the beam towards it, but found only empty space, the black void swallowing everything whole. The forest was playing tricks, or maybe our minds were fraying. The woman muttered something under her breath, words I couldn't catch. Her face was pale, eyes darting. "They don't like being watched," she whispered. "They hate when you see them." I wanted to ask who they were, what watchers even meant, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I tried to focus on the sounds, the crunch of our footsteps, the distant murmur of water, the faint hum of life that somehow felt wrong. Suddenly, the man stopped and held up his hand. I nearly collided into him. He pointed ahead, voice barely audible. Voices. I strained to listen. At first, nothing but silence. Then, low murmurs, almost like a conversation, drifting through the trees. Words I couldn't make out, but definitely human. The sound wrapped around us like a noose tightening. Should we call out? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Part of me wanted to break this terrifying silence, to prove I wasn't alone. The woman shook her head sharply. "No! They'll hear you. They'll come." A cold shiver ran down my spine, sharper than before. The watchers. Whoever they were, they moved unseen, their presence a weight pressing on my chest. I tried to shake off the panic, to focus. We needed to keep moving. The mud thickened, sucking at my boots. Each step required effort. The forest narrowed, branches scraping my arms, snagging my jacket. The air smelled damp, earthy, with an undercurrent of something metallic. Blood? I hoped not. But the scent was faint, elusive. The murmurs grew louder, shifting from words to something else, breathing, heavy and deliberate. I froze. The man's flashlight caught a figure between the trees, pale face illuminated for a fraction of a second before vanishing again. "Did you see that?" I whispered. The woman nodded, face grim. "They're close. Too close." My hands trembled, gripping the flashlight tighter. The beam wavered as I tried to steady it. I wanted to look away, but couldn't. The forest felt alive with eyes. A sudden crack to our right made me jump. Branches snapped, leaves rustled. I spun, shining the light. Nothing. Just shadows. "Stop," the man said, voice tense. No sudden moves. We pressed against a tree, backs touching rough bark, heartbeats pounding. The voices were all around us now, low and urgent, like hunters communicating. I swallowed hard. What do they want? The woman's eyes darkened. Control. Power. They keep the forest for themselves. Anyone who doesn't belong. She trailed off, but the threat hung in the air. I tried to picture them, not monsters, not ghosts, but people. Dangerous, yes, but real. That made it worse. No fairy tale villains. Just humans who had turned this forest into their kingdom. A rustle behind us. I spun, shining the light again. Two figures stepped into the beam, faces shadowed but bodies unmistakably human. My breath caught. The taller one spoke, voice low and gravelly. You shouldn't be here. I opened my mouth, but no words came. The woman stepped forward, calm but firm. We're just passing through. The man behind me shifted, eyes flickering with something unreadable. The taller figure smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Passing through means nothing here. Once you're in, you're part of the forest. A chill ran through me. The watchers weren't just hiding, they were controlling. This wasn't about trespassing. It was about belonging, or not. Another figure appeared, this one smaller, moving like a shadow. They circled us slowly, silent but menacing. I tried to steady my voice. We don't want trouble. We just want to leave. The taller one laughed, a sound without humor. Leaving isn't a choice you get to make. The woman's hand brushed my arm. We have to keep moving, she whispered urgently. But the watchers closed in, their presence suffocating. I could feel their eyes boring into me, stripping away my defenses. The forest warped around us, the trees closing ranks. Why are you doing this? I asked, voice cracking. Because the forest remembers, the taller one said. And it doesn't forgive. I wanted to argue, to demand answers, but the weight of their gaze pinned me silent. The mud beneath our feet felt like quicksand, dragging us down. Then, a sudden noise, a dog barking somewhere far off, breaking the tension for a moment. The watchers glanced toward the sound, momentarily distracted. Now, the woman hissed. We broke into a run, boots slipping in the mud, branches slashing in our faces. The flashlight bobbed wildly, casting frantic shadows. Behind us, the watchers shouted, voices rising in anger and frustration. The path twisted beneath our feet, unfamiliar and treacherous. I stumbled, hands scraping against damp earth. The forest closed in tighter, a maze with no exit. I gasped for air, lungs burning, heart hammering against my ribs. The cold night pressed against my skin, chilling me to the bone. The cold seeped into my bones long before I found the edge of the forest. I had no idea how much time had passed, hours, maybe, but the sky was beginning to lighten just enough that the oppressive blackness didn't feel quite so suffocating. My flashlight was dead, its last flicker swallowed by the thick underbrush. I remember dropping it, the plastic hitting the dirt with a hollow thunk. I'd been walking for what felt like forever, the shadows twisting into shapes that didn't belong. Shapes that seemed to watch. The trails, or whatever they were, had warped beneath my feet, creating paths where none should exist. I didn't recognize any of it. I told myself I was just tired and disoriented. That the forest was playing tricks on me. The rational part of my brain clung to that desperately. But the truth was darker. There was something else out there. I stopped at a fallen log, its bark rough and damp under my palms. My hands trembled, not just from cold but from the creeping realization that I hadn't been alone. Not really. Every crack of a twig, every distant rustle, every fleeting shadow had been a warning. I didn't want to admit it, but I was being watched. I tried to remember how I'd gotten here, or where here even was. The map I'd folded into my jacket pocket was useless now, soaked and torn. The compass, forgotten at home, left me rudderless. That was my own fault, my own oversight. I should have been smarter. I should have stayed on the marked trails. But I wanted to prove I could handle this, that I could be alone, that I could find beauty in the night woods. I was wrong. I heard a faint voice then, so low and distant I thought maybe I was imagining it. A man's voice, hoarse and broken, calling out in a way that barely rose above the wind. "Hey! You there?" My breath caught, and I froze. I wanted to call back, but my throat felt lined with sandpaper. The voice came again, closer this time, strained but no less tired. "I'm over here." I squinted into the gloom, trying to pinpoint the source. The voice was coming from a narrow path that led deeper into the forest, a place where the shadows clung thickest. My instinct screamed at me not to follow, but the hunger for human contact, for proof that I wasn't utterly alone, was stronger. I stepped forward, my boots sinking into the wet earth. The smell of damp moss and decaying leaves grew stronger. There was a metallic tang in the air, like old rust or, perhaps, blood. I shoved the thought away. "Hello?" "I'm stuck," the voice said. "Can you help me?" I swallowed hard. "Where are you?" There was a pause. Then, about a mile in, near the creek. A mile was a long way in this terrain, especially under the weight of exhaustion. But I couldn't just walk away. I told myself I was doing the right thing, that this was a chance to fix whatever mistakes I'd made wandering alone in the night. The path narrowed, branches snagging at my jacket, scraping my skin. Every step was a gamble. Would the ground give way? Would I stumble into some hidden ravine or sinkhole? The forest was no longer familiar. It was a labyrinth of dangers I could barely name. As I pressed on, the voice grew louder, more urgent. "Please, I don't have much time." I rounded a bend and saw him. A man, maybe mid-40s, crouched by the creek bank. His clothes were torn, dirty, and soaked through with water. His face was pale and drawn, a sheen of sweat on his forehead despite the chill. "Thank God," he whispered, reaching out with a trembling hand. I hesitated. There was something off about him, something that made my skin crawl. But who was I to judge? He needed help. What happened? I asked, my voice barely steady. "Got lost," he said, voice cracking. "Tried to follow the creek back to the trail but slipped. Twisted my ankle. Been out here for hours." I nodded, trying to mask the sudden rush of panic. I was alone with a stranger in a place where the forest could swallow you whole. But I forced myself to focus. "We need to get you out of here," I said, glancing around for any sign of the path we'd come from. He smiled weakly. "You're a lifesaver." I offered my shoulder. He leaned on me, wincing as we moved slowly along the creek's edge. Every sound, the crunch of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, felt amplified. I tried to keep my breathing even, but the weight of his body and the tension in my muscles made it difficult. We didn't speak much after that. The silence was heavy but not uncomfortable. It was the kind of silence that fills spaces when words aren't enough. Then, a noise. A sharp crack from behind us. I stopped instantly, heart pounding. The man stiffened beside me. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. He nodded. Probably just a deer. I wasn't convinced. Something about the way the forest fell silent after that made my skin prickle. We quickened our pace, but the path grew more confusing, the trees closing in tighter. I glanced at the man. His face was pale, eyes wide and darting. I wondered if he could hear the footsteps behind us, or if I was imagining it. Another crack. Closer this time. "Stay close," I said, voice low. We rounded another bend and stumbled onto a wider trail, finally. The faint glow of the early dawn filtered through the trees. Relief surged through me like a wave crashing over rocks. "Almost there," I said, though the words felt hollow. The footsteps followed, deliberate and slow. I risked a look back and saw a figure emerging from the shadows. A man, tall and lean, face obscured by a hood. He didn't speak. Didn't move quickly. Just watched. I felt a cold sweat break across my back. The man beside me caught the movement and gasped. "Who is that?" he asked. "I don't know," I said, voice barely above a whisper. "But we need to keep moving." The figure took a step forward, and I saw his eyes dark, unreadable. No smile, no greeting. Just presence. My mind scrambled. I had no idea if this stranger was friend or foe, but the way the forest had twisted around me, the way shadows had shifted just beyond the beam of my flashlight, it was clear the night had its own dangers. And not all of them were natural. I grabbed the injured man's arm and pulled him forward. "Come on." Faster. We broke into a slow jog, the man behind us silent but persistent. The forest seemed to close in tighter, the trees groaning in the morning wind. Every breath burned in my lungs. Every step felt heavier. Then, a clearing. The parking lot. Story 4, Forest of Lost Time, Campers Trapped in Shifting Reality. The morning air had a certain sharpness to it, the kind that makes your lungs feel like they're waking up from a deep sleep they didn't know they needed. I didn't expect to find much. Just a few old fire pits, some rusted cans, maybe the skeleton of a tent. Maybe the usual litter left behind by careless visitors. But there was something about this place, maybe the way the trees arched overhead, knitting their branches into an almost claustrophobic canopy, that made me itch for a closer look. I'd been stuck inside for so long, working from home, the same four walls pressing in day after day. I think I was craving the quiet, deafening sound of nothing but the forest breathing. The path into the camp was overgrown, nettles brushing my ankles, the dry crackle of dead leaves underfoot. I walked slow, like I was trying not to disturb anything. The air smelled damp, earthy, with a faint hint of something chemical, metallic, maybe? I brushed it off, telling myself it was just the old groundwater mixing with the moss and fallen pine needles. But the smell stuck in my nostrils, a faint metallic tang that made me wrinkle my nose. I found the main clearing about half an hour in. The remnants of a fire pit lay in the center, a circle of blackened stones surrounded by ash that had long since turned to dust. A few trees had been scarred by years of rope burns, their bark chewed and rough. Here and there, the faded remnants of a campsite, a broken folding chair, a battered cooler with the lid hanging open, a tattered tarp caught on a branch. Nothing particularly out of place except for the eerie stillness. No birdsong, no rustle of squirrels. Just the faint whisper of wind threading through the branches. I crouched near the fire pit, running a hand over the stones. They were cold, unyielding. A sudden snap of a twig behind me made my shoulders jerk. I spun around, heart thumping, but there was nothing. Just the shifting shadows and the distant sound of a dog barking, low and mournful, somewhere far beyond the trees. I told myself it was probably a stray, or maybe a hunter's dog off in the distance, but the bark sounded oddly hollow. My fingers brushed something beneath the leaves near the edge of the clearing. I pulled it free, a small, leather-bound journal, its cover cracked and dust-covered. I flipped it open carefully, the pages yellowed and brittle, the ink faded but still legible. The handwriting was neat but rushed, like someone trying to capture their thoughts before they slipped away. I sat down on a fallen log, the rough bark digging into my jeans, and began to read. The first entry was dated 3 summers ago. A group of 4 friends had come here, they wrote, eager to escape the noise of the city. Their words were light-hearted at first, stories of campfires and laughter, the peacefulness of the woods. But as I read on, the tone shifted. Their memories became fractured, disjointed, as if the forest itself had started to twist their sense of time and place. One entry mentioned a strange taste in the water, a bitter metallic edge that left a lingering dryness on the tongue. Another spoke of shadows moving just beyond sight, of whispered voices carried on the wind. I shook my head, half skeptical, half unnerved. I know how that sounds. Campers spooked by their own imaginations. But there was something in the writing and urgency, a mounting unease that felt too real to dismiss. The sun was climbing higher, the shadows stretching longer across the clearing. My throat was dry, the metallic taste from the journal's water story suddenly reappearing in my own mouth. I looked around, suddenly conscious of how silent everything had become again. The dog's bark had faded into nothing. Even the wind had dropped. Something caught my eye near the far edge of the camp, a flicker of movement, quick and subtle, like a shadow slipping behind a tree. My pulse quickened. I stood up, brushing dirt from my hands, and called out. "Hello? Anyone there?" No answer. I took a few steps toward the spot, the dry leaves crunching underfoot. The smell, the faint metallic tang, was stronger now, almost bitter, like rust and cold iron. It gnawed at the back of my throat. I stopped, confused. Was I imagining it? A trick of the breeze? Then I noticed the ground. Closer inspection revealed a patch of discolored soil, dark and wet-looking, as if something had spilled or seeped into the earth. I knelt down, fingers probing the damp dirt. It was warm, oddly so for a morning that was still cool against my skin. I reached into my backpack for the small bottle of water I'd brought, took a cautious sip. The same metallic taste. Bitter, dry. I swallowed hard. I pulled the journal back into my lap, its pages fluttering in the sudden breeze. The next entry was smeared, the ink running as if the writer's hand had been shaking, or maybe the page had been damp when they wrote it. The words were barely legible, but I caught a phrase, "Doc can't trust the eyes." The trees are watching. Something in the water. My hands trembled slightly as I closed the book. I told myself to shake it off. Paranoia. Isolation. Maybe a little dehydration playing tricks on me. I'd been cooped up too long. But as I stood and looked around once more, the forest seemed to lean in closer, its shadows folding tighter, as if waiting. I wasn't sure I wanted to find out what had happened here. But I couldn't leave the journal behind. Not yet. Something about it, something unspoken, had me hooked. Silence. Complete silence. Then, just as I was about to tuck the journal into my pack, I heard it again, a faint, almost imperceptible rustling from the tree-line, far too deliberate to be the wind. I froze. The line between past and present felt thinner than ever. And suddenly, the empty campsite didn't seem quite so empty. The rustling sound vanished as quickly as it had appeared, swallowed by the thick hush of the forest. I slid the journal back into my pack, but the grip on it was tighter than before. I wasn't ready to let go. Not yet. The campsite around me looked like a snapshot from a forgotten time. The fire pit was cold, the ashes long dead, mixed with bits of charred wood and brittle leaves. A half-collapsed tent sagged under a canopy of branches, its fabric stained and torn. Nearby, a rusted lantern slumped against a log, its glass cracked and dull. The smell of damp earth and decaying leaves filled the air, cold and heavy with silence, but beneath it was a faint, sour tang like old sweat or spoiled fruit that I couldn't place. I debated my next move, the journal heavy against my back, its presence both a comfort and a weight. The forest seemed to press in from all sides. Shadows deepened between the trees, and the moonlight filtered through the leaves in thin, flickering streams. I swallowed hard. I needed to understand what had happened here. If the journal was any indication, the previous visitors hadn't just left. Something had gotten under their skin, wormed into their heads. Isolation, stress, maybe toxins. The idea that the environment itself could warp perception wasn't new, but experiencing it here, in this exact place, was different. Real. I crouched beside the fire pit and brushed away a thin layer of ash and debris. Underneath, half buried, I found a small, leather-bound notebook, its cover cracked and worn. The edges were damp, but the pages inside looked surprisingly intact. I flipped it open carefully. The handwriting was different from the other journal, more deliberate, less frantic. The first entry was dated a few days earlier. Day 3. We've been here 3 days. The isolation is starting to get to us, but so far, nothing out of the ordinary. We stick to the perimeter during the day and avoid the water. There's a strange smell coming from the creek, though. Something chemical, or maybe organic decay. We're keeping our bottles sealed, just in case. The entries continued, a running account of small frustrations and mounting unease. They wrote about the relentless quiet, the way the forest seemed to close in, how the trees cast long, accusing shadows. One name appeared repeatedly, Mara. She was the group's unofficial leader, the one who tried to keep everyone focused, but even she seemed to be cracking. By day 5, the tone shifted. The writing was jagged, the ink blotchy. Can't trust the others anymore. They're whispering when they think I'm not listening. I hear footsteps around the tents at night, but no one admits to moving. The water tastes off, metallic. I think it's poisoning us. It's making us see things. I can't tell what's real anymore. I closed the notebook and leaned back against a weathered stump. My pulse quickened, a strange tightness creeping into my chest. The idea that the water could be contaminated wasn't far-fetched. Nearby streams in this region sometimes carried runoff from old mining operations, or naturally occurring heavy metals. But that would explain physical symptoms, not the paranoia, the whispered accusations, the fractures in their reality. Then again, maybe it was all connected. Toxins altering brain chemistry, isolation amplifying anxiety, the forest's oppressive silence fueling distrust. I rubbed my temples. It felt like I was balancing on the edge of something slippery. I looked up. The trees around me shifted in the moonlight, their branches twitching like fingers. The rustling I'd heard earlier wasn't the wind. It was deliberate. Someone or something was moving just beyond the tree line. I tried to shake off the creeping dread. I wasn't alone in this forest, but I wasn't sure if I wanted company. The journal had been left behind for a reason. I had to find out what. The next morning, I woke with a start. The sky outside the tent was a dull gray, the kind that presses down on you and makes colors dull. I reached for the journal, my fingers tracing the faded words. I couldn't stop thinking about the group and the notebook, their slow unraveling, the way trust dissolved into suspicion. I wondered if they had turned on each other. If fear had driven them apart. Packing up the campsite, I decided to map out the area, retracing the paths the previous visitors had taken. Maybe if I followed their steps, I could find clues, discarded items, signs of struggle, something concrete that would explain their descent. The forest was eerily still, the usual morning chorus of birds muted. The air was thick with moisture and the faint scent of rot. I moved carefully, scanning the ground for footprints or broken branches. The undergrowth was dense, the soil soft from recent rain. Every crunch of leaves underfoot sounded unnaturally loud. I found what looked like a trail, marked by scuffed earth and snapped twigs, leading away from the camp toward the creek mentioned in the notebook. The water was sluggish and dark, pooling in a shallow bend surrounded by mossy rocks. There was that sour smell again, stronger now. I dipped a finger into the water. It was surprisingly warm, almost oily to the touch. The taste I imagined made my stomach churn. On the bank, half buried in mud, was a small plastic bottle with a faded label. I picked it up and examined it. The label was torn, but I could make out the letters .rhyme. Possibly a cleaning chemical or pesticide. I shivered. Something about this place felt wrong. The air seemed to thicken, pressing against my skin. I turned to head back to camp, but then I caught movement at the edge of my vision, something flickering between the trees, too fast to identify. I paused, heart pounding. Was it an animal? A person? Or just my imagination? These thoughts tangled in my mind, twisting the line between reality and doubt. Back at camp, I spread out the journals and my notes on the rough picnic table. As I pieced together timelines and events, a pattern emerged. The visitors had started healthy, confident. By day 7, they were fractured, each entry more fragmented, their handwriting trembling. Arguments broke out. Accusations flew. Mara's last entry was barely legible. They took the food. I know they did. Not sure who they are anymore. The water's poison, the trees are watching, and I can't trust the eyes. A cold sweat broke across my back. The phrase was the same as the one I'd read earlier. Was this group the writer of the first journal? Or were there more? Was the journal I found just one piece of a larger puzzle? The sun dipped lower, shadows creeping in again. I needed to keep moving, to find more evidence, to understand what had truly happened here before I lost my own grip on reality. As I packed up my things, a sudden noise made me whip around, a low, guttural sound, neither animal nor human, but somewhere in between. It came from just beyond the tree line, close enough to see the faint rustle of leaves. My breath hitched. The journal felt heavier in my pack. I whispered to myself, barely audible over the pounding in my ears, "What are you hiding?" The forest answered with silence. Then, a slow, deliberate crunch of footsteps retreating into the shadows. I didn't follow. Not yet. The sun had almost disappeared behind the dense canopy when I finally stopped staring at the scattered journals and notes. The fading light made the pages harder to read, their ink bleeding into the rough grain of the wood. I rubbed my eyes, the dust and mustiness in the air, cold and heavy with silence making them itch. Somewhere nearby, a bird called out, a sharp, lonely cry that echoed through the trees and made the silence stretch even thinner. That flicker I saw earlier, the quick flash between the trunks, was still crawling under my skin, an itch I couldn't scratch. I wasn't sure if I wanted it to be real or not. Maybe it was just a deer or a bird, but my mind refused to settle. The way the journals described their descent into paranoia suddenly felt less like history and more like a warning. I'd been skimming over the fragmented entries, but now the weight of their unraveling pressed down on me, heavy and insistent. I pulled Mara's last entry back out. The words were smudged, nearly illegible, but one line stabbed through the blur. They took the food. I know they did. The pronouns shifted unnervingly, they, them, we, a revolving door of accusation and confusion. I traced the words with a trembling finger, trying to imagine the fear behind them. Who were they? And more importantly, who was left to trust? I glanced up, eyes searching the thinning light beyond the campsite. The forest seemed to lean in closer, the shadows thickening around the broken picnic table. A chill ran down my spine, not from the temperature, I was still sweating from the afternoon heat, but from the creeping realization that I wasn't just reading a story. It was happening, or it had happened, right here. The journal entries hadn't just chronicled mental decay, they hinted at something worse. The isolation wasn't accidental, and the environment wasn't innocent. There were mentions of strange smells, something sweet but rotten lingering near the river, the taste of metal in the water, headaches that wouldn't go away. At first, I dismissed those as signs of simple camp sickness, but now I wondered if they were clues to something more insidious. I stood up abruptly, the wooden bench groaning beneath me. The air was cooler now, the smell of damp earth and pine needles thick in my nostrils. I could hear twigs snapping somewhere off to my right, so faint I wasn't sure if it was real or just my imagination. The journal was in my pack, but I hesitated to put it away. It felt like folding up a map that might lead me out or deeper in. A sudden rustle to my left made me spin around. Nothing. Just the wind, or maybe a squirrel. I shook my head. "Get a grip," I muttered, voice too low to carry far. I wasn't alone, though. That much was clear. The tangled underbrush seemed to swallow every sound, every movement. I had the distinct sensation of being watched, not by animals, but by something else. People? Or something born from the mind's unraveling? The first time they'd arrived, according to the entries, the group was excited, hopeful even. The campsite was supposed to be a refuge, a place to reset and disconnect from the noise of the world. But within days, the journal described fractures, small at first, disagreements about where to find food, who was responsible for the dwindling supplies. Then came the accusations of theft, the whispered suspicions, and finally, the outright paranoia. I wondered if I crossed a point of no return myself. There was no easy way back to the car now. The sun would set fully in less than an hour. The forest was closing in, almost swallowing the campsite whole. I didn't want to admit it, but the idea of turning back felt impossible. I'd already committed too much time, and something in me wanted answers, no matter how dark they might be. Another entry caught my eye, one I hadn't noticed before. It was written by someone named Paul, the group's unofficial leader. His handwriting was more stable than the others, but the tone grew desperate as the days passed. Day 9. We can't trust the water anymore. The headaches are unbearable. Mara is convinced someone is hiding in the trees. I don't know if it's true or if the poison is finally getting to her. I've taken the only remaining bottle for myself. If anyone wants to leave, they'll have to go without water. No one's leaving. No one's leaving. The finality of the sentence hit me like a blow. They'd trapped themselves, whether physically or mentally, I wasn't sure. But the choice to stay or be forced to stay was theirs, or so they thought. The journal hinted at a growing divide, a fracture that couldn't be mended. The group was breaking apart, and the forest was swallowing their sanity. A sudden gust stirred the leaves, and the faintest scent of something sour, almost chemical, drifted to me. I recoiled, my throat tightening. It wasn't the fresh pine or damp earth anymore, it was something wrong. I swallowed hard, tasting it on my tongue. Bitter. Harsh. Like rust and decay. I realized then what the journal hadn't said outright, but what the symptoms pointed to: contamination. The water, the air, even the soil, they'd been exposed to something toxic. Maybe a spill, runoff from a nearby site. Or something buried long ago, forgotten but still poisoning the land. It was no wonder the group had started seeing things, hearing voices in the trees, blaming each other for food and water disappearing. Their senses and their minds were betraying them. I crouched by the edge of the small creek that fed the campsite, dipping my fingers into the cold water. It looked clear enough, but the taste lingered in my mouth from the journal's warnings. I brushed my lips with my hand, a dry, metallic tang clinging stubbornly. The creek babbled on, indifferent to the horrors it might be carrying downstream. I pulled out my phone to check the map and signal, but it was dead. No bars, no service. The battery had drained faster than I expected. I cursed softly under my breath. Shadows clung to the edges of the clearing, folding the world into a quiet that pressed heavily against the skin. My hands trembled as I flipped the journal open again. Another entry, scribbled hastily. Day 11. They're watching. I'm sure of it. The others don't believe me anymore. If I leave, I'll never make it back. But staying means losing what little is left of my mind. I hear voices, no, not voices, whispers. They tell me to hide, to run, to never look back. I swallowed hard. The whispers. The watching. It matched the cold prickling down my neck. I wasn't sure if it was paranoia or something more real, but the lines between fear and fact were blurring fast. The forest was no longer just a backdrop. It was an active participant, a silent predator feeding on the cracks in human minds and bodies. And somehow, I was part of it now. No longer an outsider looking in, but a player trapped in the same suffocating game. A sudden crack, sharp and close, pulled me from my thoughts. I froze, every nerve on edge. The sound came again, something breaking a branch, deliberate and slow. Not an animal. Not the wind. I scanned the shadows, heart hammering against my ribs. Two eyes caught mine for a moment, wide, unblinking, reflecting the last light like a pair of broken mirrors. Then they vanished, swallowed by the darkness. I swallowed a lump rising in my throat. There was no going back. I had crossed the point of no return. And whoever or whatever was out there was waiting for me to make my next move. The cold creek water still clung to my fingers, the metallic taste lingering like a warning I couldn't shake. My phone was dead, no signal, no hope there. I had to rely on my own 2 feet, my own senses, but after everything I'd read in that journal, I wasn't sure I trusted either anymore. I sat back on the damp earth, pulling the journal from my pack again. Its pages fluttered in the breeze, smelling faintly of mildew and old pine needles. The words inside were like footprints left by someone slipping further and further into darkness. I could almost hear their breathing, frantic and shallow, coming from the yellowed pages. I flipped to the next entry, dated just a few days before the last one I'd read. The handwriting was more erratic, letters slanting and overlapping as if the writer's hand was trembling or their mind unraveling. Something's wrong. The air tastes bitter, like burning metal. We tried to boil the water, but it didn't help. Tom says he saw someone by the tree line last night. I didn't see anyone, but the shadows moved like they were alive. I'm not sure what's real anymore. I closed the journal for a moment and looked around. The trees loomed tall, their branches scratching against each other in the wind. The faint rustle sounded almost like whispers. I swallowed hard, suddenly aware of how quiet everything was. No birds, no insects. Just the wind in the creek, but even the creek seemed subdued, as if it was holding its breath. I stood up, brushing dirt off my jeans, and started to walk back toward the campsite. The sun was dipping lower, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the forest floor. My boots crunched on the brittle leaves, each step echoing louder than it should have. As I approached the clearing, I noticed something I hadn't before, a series of footprints, half faded but still visible in the soft mud near the fire pit. They were small, maybe a woman's. Or a younger person's. They led away from the camp, heading toward the denser woods on the far side. Curiosity pushed me forward despite the gnawing unease in my stomach. I followed the prints, moving slowly, trying not to make a sound. The air grew thicker here, heavier, almost sour. I pinched my nose briefly, tasting that same bitter tang the journal had mentioned. Then the sound started. Not voices exactly, more like murmurs, distant and indistinct. I stopped, heart thudding hard against my ribs. The forest seemed to hold its breath again, the murmurs fading as quickly as they'd come. Maybe it was just the wind. Or my imagination. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I glanced over my shoulder. The campsite was barely visible now, swallowed by twilight and shadows. I could swear I saw a figure standing near the edge of the clearing, but when I blinked, it was gone. My hands trembled. I gripped the journal tighter. This place wasn't just abandoned. It was toxic physically and mentally. The people who'd stayed here had been picked apart by it, piece by piece. I forced myself to keep moving, following the footprints deeper into the woods. The trees closed in, their bark rough and cold under my fingertips as I brushed past. The ground beneath me shifted from soft dirt to cracked clay, dry and powdery. Then I heard it, a low, ragged breathing coming from just beyond a thick stand of saplings. I froze. The breath was uneven, shallow, almost desperate. "Hello?" I called out quietly, my voice barely more than a whisper. No answer. I edged closer, trying to see through the tangle of branches. Then a figure stepped into view, disheveled, pale, eyes wide and darting like a trapped animal. It was a woman, probably in her late 20s, her clothes torn and stained. She looked at me with a mix of fear and something else, something raw and pleading. "You shouldn't be here," she said, voice trembling. I swallowed. "Neither should you." Her gaze flicked away. "They're watching. They don't like strangers." "Who?" I asked, stepping closer despite the knot tightening in my chest. She shook her head, backing away. "You don't understand. It's not safe. Not here." "Why? What happened to you?" She hesitated, then whispered, "We were poisoned. The water, the air. It changes you. Makes you see things. Makes you do things." Her words hit me like a punch. I thought about the journal, the footprints, the strange noises. The way reality had started to blur for them, and now for me. "Can I help?" I asked, though part of me doubted I could. Her eyes filled with tears. "No one helped us. No one came back." A sudden rustling behind her made us both spin around. The shadows between the trees shifted again, darker and more solid. I blinked hard, but it wasn't an illusion this time. There were two other figures emerging, gaunt, with wild eyes, faces twisted in confusion and fear. "Stay back," the woman hissed, stepping in front of me like a shield. One of the figures stumbled forward, reaching out with a shaking hand. "You're not supposed to be here. Leave." The other growled something unintelligible, eyes locking onto mine with unsettling intensity. I closed the journal and stared at the fading sunlight through the cracked window. The dust motes drifted like tiny ghosts in the uneven beams, their slow dance a stark contrast to the chaos trapped in those pages. The stories of the campers, Mark, Elaine, and Tom, their unraveling minds, the creeping paranoia, the distorted memories. I thought I understood it all, but now, sitting here, the lines between their past and my present seemed to blur like a smear on a wet windshield. The air smelled colder, heavier, like the cabin itself was holding its breath. I rubbed my arms, pulled my jacket tighter. There was a faint metallic tang, subtle but unmistakable. Maybe the soil, or the water nearby, contaminated with something unseen. The journal mentioned environmental toxins, chemicals seeping from mold, forgotten mining operations upstream, poisoning the ground and the mind. It was a quiet kind of horror, invisible but pervasive. I had to leave. I told myself that several times. Yet, my feet stayed rooted to the floorboards, the creaks beneath me now sharper, more deliberate. The wind outside carried a lone moan, a whispered warning tangled with the rustling leaves. I wasn't sure if it was the wind or something else, something human. I glanced at the journal's last entry again. Tom's handwriting was haphazard, slanting wildly as if his hand had lost control, or his grip on reality. He wrote about hearing voices, about shadows moving in the corner of his eye, about the others turning on him, accusing him of betrayal. "They don't see it like I do," he'd scribbled. "I'm the only one who can stay sane here. That line stuck in my mind, like a splinter under my skin. Was I any different? My thoughts twisted, second-guessing every sound, every shadow. I could almost hear footsteps outside the cabin, soft, irregular. No one should be here. No one but me. I swallowed hard, the dry air catching at the back of my throat. I told myself the footsteps were nothing. A tear, maybe. Or the wind again. Still, my pulse quickened. I stood up, the floor creaking beneath my weight, and moved toward the door. The cold metal handle felt rough, unfamiliar. I hesitated. The forest beyond was darkening rapidly, shapes melding into one another. The journal was heavy in my bag, a weight both physical and psychological. It held their story, their warning. But what if it was more than a warning? What if it was a trap? Outside, the sky bruised purple and gray, the first stars beginning to prick the twilight. I stepped onto the porch, the wood slick with dew. The air smelled different here, earthy, damp, but with an underlying bitterness that made my nostrils flare. I tried to steady my breathing, but the uneven rhythm betrayed me. Behind me, the cabin seemed to breathe with me, its old walls groaning softly. I told myself I needed to get back to the trailhead before nightfall, before whatever was happening here got worse. But my legs felt leaden, slow to obey. The forest looked deeper, darker than before, as if it had swallowed the light whole. I started walking anyway, each step careful, deliberate. The crunch of leaves was louder than I expected. Too loud. A sudden rustle from the underbrush snapped me to attention. I froze, heart hammering against my ribs like a frantic drum. A figure emerged, thin, hunched, clothes dirty and torn, face obscured by shadow. My throat tightened. The figure didn't move quickly, but the slow approach was no less threatening. "Hey," I called out, voice uneven but steady, hoping to sound calm, in control. "Are you okay?" The figure stopped, just beyond the edge of the path. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then a voice, rough and low. "You shouldn't be here." I swallowed, feeling my hands tremble. "Neither should you." "Who are you?" No answer. Just a tilt of the head, a faint, unsettling smile. The smile didn't reach the eyes, empty, tired, wary. My mind scrambled for explanation. A lost camper? Someone else caught in the same nightmare? Or worse, someone who had succumbed completely. "I'm not looking for trouble," I said. "I just want to leave." The figure stepped closer, slow and deliberate, the movement unnatural in its hesitation. "It's not that simple," the voice said. "You don't understand what this place does to people." I nodded, feeling the weight of those words settle like a stone in my stomach. The stories I'd read weren't just history, they were a warning, a symptom of something still alive here. The isolation, the toxins, the creeping fear. It was a poisoned body and mind both. The figure turned away, disappearing back into the brush, swallowed by the darkness like a shadow retreating from dawn. I stood there for a long moment, the cold seeping through my jacket, the silence pressing in. I started walking again, faster this time, my footsteps louder but steadier. The fading light was a fragile thread pulling me back to reality. The journal, the cabin, the figure, they all felt like pieces of a puzzle I was only beginning to understand. When I finally reached the trailhead, the world felt different, more real, more solid. The distant hum of cars on the highway was faint but grounding, a reminder of civilization, of order beyond the forest's grasp. I looked back once, toward the dark tangle of trees and shadows. The cabin was just a speck now, swallowed by the night. In that moment, I understood that the real horror wasn't some ghost or monster. It was the slow erosion of the mind, the isolation, the unseen poisons that twisted thoughts and turned friends into threats. It was the way fear could make strangers of those closest to you, how reality could slip through your fingers like smoke. I tucked the journal into my pack, zipped it shut. Maybe I'd leave it with the ranger station, maybe I'd send it somewhere for study. It felt important not just for me, but for anyone who might stumble here next. As I drove away, the road stretching ahead under the indifferent stars, I felt a strange mix of relief and lingering unease. Part of me wanted to forget all of it, to erase the memory of those pages and the shadows in the forest. But another part, quieter and more insistent, knew that some stories demanded to be remembered. The line between past and present had blurred, yes, but it hadn't broken. Not completely. I breathed deeply, the cool night air filling my lungs, steadying the tremors in my hands. I was leaving the campsite behind, but the shadow of what I'd found there would follow me for a long time. And maybe that was the point. Story 5, Silent Lessons, Haunted Chalkboard Secrets. The air smelled like damp plaster and forgotten chalk dust the moment I stepped onto the cracked linoleum floor. I remember the first sound clearly, a faint scrape, like fingernails on a blackboard, somewhere deep inside. I froze, the air thick with silence afterward, and I swore I could taste the dust in my mouth. Probably just my imagination. Or maybe a bit of leftover anxiety from the drive here. I'd been restless all morning, shaking my leg in the coffee shop, scrolling through old news stories about the school's sudden closure back in '98. No one really knew why it shut down so abruptly, which only made it more interesting. A mystery wrapped in mildew and rust. The heavy door groaned open with a push that sent a small cloud of dirt swirling up into the stale light. Inside, the dimness was almost complete. Shafts of pale afternoon slipped through holes in the roof, casting long, uneven shadows across the desks and toppled books. I ran my hand along the wall, rough plaster crumbling beneath my fingertips. The smell was stronger here, earthy, like the building was breathing out years of neglect. I pulled my phone from my pocket. No signal. Figures. I half hoped to snap some pictures, maybe prove to myself I wasn't completely wasting time. The hallway stretched ahead, empty except for peeling paint and the occasional spider web glistening in a stray beam of light. I could hear something faint. Was it the wind, or footsteps echoing somewhere behind me? I turned quickly. Nothing. The classroom doors were all closed except one at the far end. It hung on a single hinge, swaying slightly with a slow creak that sounded like a groan. My shoes shuffled across the floor, stirring up more dust. Every step felt louder than the last, stubborn, reluctant. I didn't want to be here, but something kept pulling me forward. Inside the room, the air was colder, as if the walls themselves sucked the warmth out of the day. Rows of desks sat in chaotic little towers, some overturned, others with carved initials barely visible under layers of grime. The chalkboard was the first thing I noticed. It covered nearly the entire front wall, but what was written on it made me stop mid-step. My name. In neat, looping handwriting, unmistakably familiar, there it was, my full name, scrawled across the board in white chalk. Beneath it, sentences I'd never spoken aloud, secrets buried deep, details only I knew. The color of my childhood dog's collar. The name of the street where I hid during thunderstorms. A phrase I used to whisper when no one else was around, something I thought I'd forgotten. I blinked, and my throat tightened. How could someone know these things? I'd never told a soul. Not since I was a kid. The chalk smudged slightly, as if it had been written recently, or maybe erased and rewritten over and over. Hello? I said aloud, voice cracking. My words felt brittle in the cold air. Silence. Complete silence. My hands trembled. I wiped my palms on my jeans, trying to steady myself. The floor creaked behind me. I spun around, heart thudding against my ribs, not from fear exactly, but from a prickling sense of being watched. Not just watched, but expected. I wanted to leave, to slam the door and run. But something stopped me. Maybe it was curiosity. Or the stubborn part of me that always had to know the worst before I could breathe again. I took a step closer to the chalkboard, reached out to touch the chalk dust. It felt dry and brittle, like the secrets themselves could crumble if handled too roughly. The room was too quiet now, the kind of quiet that presses down on your ears until every little noise sounds like a shout. A loose window rattled somewhere above, and I caught the faintest whiff of something else, a faint, musty scent mixed with something metallic, like old pennies left in a damp drawer. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I glanced toward the cracked ceiling, wondering if the place was settling or if someone was moving just out of sight. No footsteps. No movement. Just the light shifting as clouds passed overhead. I told myself I was imagining things, that whatever was going on here had nothing to do with me. But what were the odds? My name, my secrets, written like a message meant only for me, in a building where no one was supposed to be. The door creaked again. Slowly. Not swinging freely this time, but pushed, ever so slightly, like a finger pressing against the frame. I stepped back, heart racing. The room felt smaller all of a sudden, the shadows deeper, the silence heavier. And somewhere behind the walls, maybe in the hall, maybe in the dark corners beyond sight, someone was waiting. Watching. I swallowed the dry lump in my throat and forced myself to speak again. Who's there? No answer. But the chalkboard changed. Underneath my name, a new line appeared. Written in the same neat chalk, the words were simple but chilling. I've been waiting. I blinked, stepped forward, and reached out. The chalk felt colder than before. The message wasn't a joke. Not a prank. Someone had been here. Someone who knew me better than I wanted them to. The air grew heavier, pressing in on me from every direction. And for the first time since I'd stepped inside, I wasn't sure I'd be able to walk back out. I didn't move for a long moment, eyes locked on the chalkboard as if it might suddenly swallow me whole. I swallowed hard, trying to push down the knot tightening around my ribs. My breath came in shallow, uneven bursts as I scanned the room again. The old desks, their wooden surfaces scratched and chipped, stood like tired sentinels. The peeling wallpaper curled at the edges, revealing plaster crumbling underneath. The faint hum of the streetlights filtered through the cracked windows, casting long shadows that stretched and twisted like fingers. I needed answers. Sitting frozen wouldn't get me anywhere. Steeling myself, I stepped away from the chalkboard. The door I'd heard creak was still slightly ajar, swinging just enough to catch the faintest draft. I glanced down the darkened hallway. Empty. Or so I hoped. Okay, I muttered, voice low and rough. Whoever you are, I'm here. Let's talk. Silence. Complete silence. The school seemed to breathe with me. Every creak of floorboards, every distant drip of water from a leaky pipe, felt amplified. I noticed then a faint shimmer on the far chalkboard, the one opposite the one with my name. Squinting, I saw more writing. Not as clear, but unmistakably words. I crossed the room, each step slow, deliberate. The chalkboard was scrawled with phrases I hadn't expected, lines that cut deeper than any ghost story. You don't know what you're running from. You never told anyone. I saw the night you cried. My hands trembled, the cold sweat trickling down my spine. How could anyone know this? These were things buried deep, secrets I kept locked away, the kind that never made it into casual conversation. Not even with my closest friends. A sudden noise, a soft scraping from the back of the room, made me jump. My head whipped toward the sound. Nothing visible. The shadows clung to the corners, like thick curtains. My pulse quickened, but I forced myself to keep looking. I needed to figure this out. Who was watching me? How long had they been waiting inside these walls? I noticed a faint glow leaking from under the door at the end of the hallway. Not the flickering of a flashlight, but something steadier, warmer. I edged closer, the rough plaster scraping against my sleeve. The smell of old books and damp wood grew stronger. Peeking through the cracked door, I saw a small room, maybe once a teacher's office. The walls were lined with shelves, mostly empty except for a few scattered papers and a battered, leather-bound notebook lying half open on a desk. The light came from a single candle, its flame flickering softly, casting jittery shadows. I stepped inside, careful not to disturb anything. The notebook's pages were filled with handwriting neat, precise, but unmistakably familiar. I recognized some of the entries immediately, details about my life, dates, places I'd been to, conversations I had. It was like reading a diary written by a stranger who knew me better than I knew myself. A shiver ran down my spine. This wasn't just someone watching from afar. They had been here, inside this building, following me closely. Maybe even living here. I flipped through the pages, eyes scanning for any clue. Then I found it, a name, scribbled in the margin, Elias. That name meant nothing to me. But in the notebook, Elias was described as someone who had studied the old schoolhouse for years, obsessed with its history and the people who passed through. The entries hinted at a growing fixation, a desire to connect with someone who'd disappeared from the town years ago, someone who shared my name. My breath caught. Was Elias waiting for me? Or was this a trap? I heard the door behind me creak again, slow and deliberate. I spun around, heart hammering, but no one was there. Just the empty hallway, dark and silent. "Show yourself," I said, voice shaking more than I wanted. "I'm not leaving until I know what this is about." Silence. Then, from the far end of the hall, a whisper. Not quite a voice, more like a breath carried on the stale air. "Why did you come back?" The question hung in the air, heavy and unsettling. My skin prickled, every instinct screaming to bolt. But I stayed. Because now I had to know. I closed the notebook, the candle flickering dangerously low. The shadows seemed to lean closer, the walls tightening around me. Someone was here. Someone who had been waiting. And I wasn't sure I'd ever walk out again. The whisper came again, softer this time, almost a sigh. "You don't belong here anymore." The words slithered through the gloom, curling around my thoughts like smoke. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste of fear coating my tongue. The candle guttered, casting grotesque shapes that danced just beyond my vision. A cold breeze brushed past my neck, despite the sealed windows. I spun, heart hammering, but found only the echoing silence and the oppressive stillness. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, pressed against the wooden floor behind me. I dared not look, afraid that meeting whatever waited would unravel what little courage I had left. "Leave," the voice urged, now a desperate plea mingled with menace. "Before the past consumes you." But the past was already here, clawing into the present with icy fingers. And I was trapped in its grip, caught between what was lost and what was waiting to be claimed. The breath on my neck didn't fade. I stepped backward, counting the uneven floorboards beneath my feet. Each creak was a whisper, a warning. The footsteps that had followed me were gone, vanished as suddenly as they'd come. Silence returned, but it was a thick, suffocating kind, like the air was waiting for me to make a mistake. I glanced at the chalkboards again, the pale scrawlings that had unsettled me so deeply. My name, etched in shaky chalk, stared back, surrounded by secrets that no one else should have known. The walls of this place had become a confessional where someone had bared my soul in cryptic messages. Not just my name, my fears, my regrets, the things I'd buried deep. How could they know? The thought twisted my stomach into knots. A faint noise pulled me from the trance, a soft shuffle, like fabric brushing against wood. I spun, holding the candle out in front of me. The glow caught the edge of a door ajar at the end of the hall. I hadn't noticed it before. It was the teacher's room, I realized, the one I'd passed earlier but dismissed. Now, it felt like the heart of the whole mess. I swallowed hard and moved toward it, footsteps tentative but growing more certain with each step. The air grew colder here, stale with years of neglect and something else, something metallic, faint but unmistakable. The scent of old paper mixed with rust. I paused, finger grazing the chipped paint of the doorframe. It was sticky, like someone had spilled syrup and left it to harden. Inside, the room was a shrine to absence. Desks overturned, papers scattered like fallen leaves, a tattered calendar pinned to the corkboard, December, frozen in time. But what caught my eye was the desk at the front, neat and untouched, except for a single notebook resting on its surface. I hesitated before flipping it open. The pages were filled with neat handwriting, but not just any notes. They were records, detailed observations about me, my routines, my habits. Times I'd left my apartment, the coffee I ordered, even the books I'd borrowed from the library. Someone had been following me closely, documenting every mundane detail as if preparing for something. The last entry was dated 2 days ago. "She's closer than ever," it read. "Tonight, the truth will surface. No turning back." My hands trembled, and I nearly dropped the book. The weight of those words pressed down on me, heavier than the stale air. I should have run. I should have turned around and sprinted out into the night, but the knot in my chest tightened. I needed answers, even if they came wrapped in shadows. The whisper came again, softer now, almost a breath against my ear. "You're already part of this." I spun, but the room was empty except for the silence that pressed in on all sides. I pressed my back against the door, trying to steady my breathing. The candle flickered violently, threatening to go out. The darkness wasn't just around me, it was inside me now, tangled with every thought I had. A sudden clatter made me jump. I whipped toward the window, heart pounding. The glass was cracked but intact. Outside, the skeletal branches of trees swayed in the wind, scraping against the broken panes. The street beyond was deserted, save for a single street lamp flickering like a dying heartbeat. I leaned closer to the window, trying to see beyond the gloom. That's when I noticed it, a figure standing across the street, back turned, shoulders hunched like they were waiting. I blinked, and they were gone. I stepped back, panic bubbling beneath my skin. The realization hit me like cold water. I wasn't just being watched inside this building. Someone was outside too, lurking just beyond the edge of the light, waiting for me to step into the open. I closed the notebook and stuffed it into my jacket pocket. The past had indeed consumed me, but there was no undoing what I'd uncovered. The chalkboards, the notebook, the whispers, they weren't warnings. They were invitations. I was in this far deeper than I'd ever planned. I moved toward the hallway, each step echoing with a new urgency. The doors I'd passed earlier, the classrooms filled with echoes of forgotten lessons, none of it was safe anymore. The building itself felt alive, watching, waiting, turning me over like a puzzle piece that only fit one way. I paused by the stairwell, peering into the gloom below. The basement. I'd seen a faint glow earlier, something pulsing just out of reach. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or maybe it was another sign that someone or something was still here. A voice from the shadows whispered again, this time clearer, more insistent, "You can't leave." Not yet. I swallowed, the metallic taste back on my tongue. I knew then that turning back was no longer an option. The truth wasn't just waiting for me, it was demanding I stay, that I face whatever lay hidden in the depths of this place. The stairwell beckoned. The candle guttered one last time before plunging the room into darkness. I stepped forward. My hand brushed against the cold stone wall, steadying me as the silence thickened. Every step echoed, a heartbeat in the void, pulling me deeper into the unknown where answers and danger lurked. My breath hitched as I stepped off the last creaking stair and into the basement's thick darkness. You can't leave. Not yet. The voice was closer this time, clear, low, and unmistakably human. It scraped across the air, cold and heavy with silence like fingernails on a chalkboard, but it wasn't the chalkboards I'd seen upstairs that made my skin crawl. This was something different. Something deliberate. I swallowed, the metallic taste thick on my tongue again. My fingers clenched around the candle holder, knuckles whitening. It was no longer a question of curiosity. I was trapped in a game I hadn't agreed to play, and the rules were being written in real time. Who's there? I forced out, voice shaking despite my efforts. Silence swallowed the room. Then a slow, deliberate shuffle from behind the tarp. I stepped forward, the candlelight flickering over discarded desks and broken chairs cluttering the floor like the bones of old memories. My eyes tried to pierce the shadows, but something was hiding, waiting. The air felt heavier here, as though the basement itself was breathing with me. Don't be afraid, the voice whispered again, softer this time. I know you. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I wanted to run, but my legs refused. Instead, I edged closer, heart hammering so loudly I was sure it would betray me. Why are you doing this? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. The tarp shifted, and a figure stepped out. The dim candlelight caught the edge of a face I didn't recognize, but the eyes, sharp, watchful, knew me well. Too well. You left, the voice said, tinged with something I couldn't place. Regret. Anger. Relief. You always left. I blinked, confusion crashing over me. I don't understand. The figure smiled, but it was a smile without warmth. You thought you could escape the past. But it's here. In every corner of this place. In every word on those boards. I swallowed hard, recalling the chalkboards upstairs. My name, my secrets etched in ghostly white chalk, laid bare for someone else's eyes only. Someone who had been watching me, waiting. Why me? I demanded. The figure stepped closer. Because you never listened. Because you never looked beneath the surface. A cold draft swept through the basement, carrying with it the faint scent of chalk dust and something else, something metallic, like old blood. My skin prickled. The floor beneath me was uneven, littered with debris that threatened to catch my foot. I wanted to back away, but my curiosity was a chain wrapped tight around my ribs. What do you want from me? The stranger's eyes flickered to the candle, then back to mine. To finish what you started. To make you see. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog creeping over my thoughts. I don't know what you mean. The voice softened, almost pleading. You've been running from yourself. From what happened here. But I've been waiting for you to face it. A sudden noise, a scuffle, a low thud echoed from the far wall. My heart leapt, muscles tensing as every nerve screamed at me to move, to run, to hide. But I stayed rooted, forced to listen. What happened here? I whispered. The figure's gaze dropped, and for a moment, vulnerability cracked the hard mask. Things that were buried. Secrets you tried to forget. But they never left. I felt the weight of years pressing down, memories I'd shoved deep into shadows clawing their way back. The abandoned school wasn't just a building. It was a tomb for those secrets, a silent witness to everything I tried to outrun. The stranger stepped aside, revealing a small alcove where the faint glow originated, a single lantern, casting long shadows over a battered notebook lying open on a cracked crate. "Read it," the figure urged. "Then you'll understand." My hands trembled as I reached for the notebook. The pages were yellowed, edges frayed, filled with cramped handwriting I recognized instantly, my own. The words spilled out, a diary I hadn't seen in years. Confessions, fears, moments I'd never shared aloud. And then, beneath the surface of the pages, something else, notes, observations, someone else's handwriting, intertwined with mine. Someone had been here, watching me, writing about me, keeping track of every misstep, every secret. A noise behind me made me spin around, candle raised like a shield. The figure was gone. Just empty space, cold and silent. Panic climbed up my throat. I wasn't alone. I never had been. The basement door creaked. Slowly, deliberately, it began to close. I lunged forward, catching the edge of the door with my fingertips, nails scraping the wood. The candle flickered wildly, shadows dancing on the walls like specters. "Stay," the voice whispered from somewhere beyond the door. "You can't leave." Not yet. The air grew colder, the walls seeming to close in tighter. My mind raced. There was no way out but through. I shoved the door open and ran, the notebook clutched to my chest. The stairs loomed ahead, steep and narrow, but I knew I couldn't go back upstairs, not yet. There was one more place I had to check. The janitor's office. A sudden flicker of movement caught my eye, a figure darting behind a broken filing cabinet in the main hallway upstairs. I froze, heart pounding so violently it felt like it might burst. "Who are you?" I called out, voice cracking. No answer. Just silence. I swallowed, the weight of every unanswered question pressing down. Whoever had been watching me wasn't just some ghost in the dark. They were here, in this building, waiting for me to uncover the truth. Waiting to make me confront whatever lay buried beneath years of silence. I took a shaky breath and stepped forward, toward the janitor's office, toward whatever awaited me in the shadows. Because now, I knew this wasn't just about secrets. It was about survival. And I wasn't sure I was ready. The morning light was weak when I finally stepped back inside the schoolhouse, the air thick with the stale scent of dust and old wood. My breath caught as the door creaked shut behind me, the sound oddly loud in the empty hallway. I wasn't sure why I came back. Maybe it was the need for answers. Or the stubborn part of me that refused to let this go. The chalkboards, their faded green surfaces, loomed ahead, still scrawled with my name, my secrets in chalk as if someone had been waiting for me, watching me, all along. The floorboards groaned underfoot, uneven and worn, sending a shiver up my spine. I ran my fingers over the rough plaster wall, feeling the gritty, peeling paint. Cold air lingered in the corners, the kind that sinks into your bones and refuses to let go. I could hear the distant drip of water somewhere, slow and steady, like a heartbeat. Or maybe just the building settling. I wasn't sure anymore what to trust. The chalkboards were still there, the message clear and unsettling. My name, written in jagged letters that looked both rushed and deliberate. Below it, phrases, things only I had ever told a handful of people. How could anyone know? How long had they been in here? The questions pressed against my temples like a vice. I felt my hands tremble, the chalk dust smudging between my fingers. I couldn't look away. The realization dawned slowly, a creeping chill that wasn't just the cold. Someone had been inside this forgotten place. Watching. Waiting. I tried to tell myself it was a prank. Maybe someone from town, someone who knew me, thought it was a joke. But the precision, the details, they weren't random. They were personal. Too personal. I took a deep breath. The stale air tasted faintly of mildew and rust, a sharp contrast to the softness of the chalk dust on my fingers. The silence was so complete, it felt like the walls themselves were holding their breath. I wanted to call out, to break the quiet, but my voice caught in my throat, small and uncertain. Then, a noise, a soft shuffling from the room at the end of the hall. My heart knocked against my ribs, loud and uneven. I wasn't alone. Someone was still here. "Hello?" I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Is someone there?" No answer. Just the slow, irregular tapping, like footsteps on old linoleum. I moved forward, each step measured, careful not to make too much noise. The hallway stretched ahead, long and shadowed, lit only by slivers of light filtering through cracked windows. I reached the door at the end, the one with the faded sign that read Principal's Office, and pushed it open. Inside, the room was cooler, the air heavy with the scent of damp paper and something else. Something metallic, faint but unmistakable. My eyes adjusted slowly. There, in the corner, sat a figure. I froze. The figure was hunched, shoulders shaking slightly. Not threatening, not yet, but the tension in the room was thick enough to slice through. I swallowed hard, feeling my throat dry out. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice steadier than I felt. "Why are you here?" The figure looked up, eyes wide and filled with something I couldn't place at first. Fear, maybe? Recognition? Slowly, the face became clearer. It was a woman, her hair tangled and streaked with gray, face lined with years I hadn't expected. She blinked, as if unsure whether I was real. "I've been waiting," she said finally, her voice low and trembling. "Waiting for you to come back." I blinked. Waiting? Why? Who are you? Her hands trembled as she reached into the pocket of her threadbare coat. From it, she pulled a folded piece of paper, yellowed with age. She held it out to me, shaking slightly. I took it, unfolding the crumpled sheet carefully. It was a letter, written in a shaky hand but with words that struck me like a punch to the chest. She was the daughter of the school's last principal. She'd lived here, in the shadows of the abandoned building, watching over what was left. Her family had fallen apart after the school closed unexpectedly, and she blamed herself for the secrets the building held, secrets connected to me, to my family. As she spoke, the pieces fell into place. The chalkboard messages were her way of reaching out, a desperate attempt to connect with someone who could understand the weight she carried. She had recognized me from old photographs, from stories scattered in town. She needed me to know the truth about what had happened here, about the hidden fractures beneath the schoolhouse's cracked paint and hollow halls. I listened, the letters slipping from my fingers as the story unfolded. The school had been a place of quiet suffering, of unspoken grief. She hadn't meant to scare me, only to share her burden, to find someone who might help carry it. I felt a strange mix of anger and sympathy rise inside me. Anger at the years of silence, the secrets kept, but also sympathy for the woman who had lived alone in the shadows, waiting for a connection. "Why didn't you come forward sooner?" I asked, voice soft, unsure. She looked away, ashamed. I was afraid. Afraid no one would believe me, that I'd be dismissed as crazy. The room felt colder then, the weight of the past pressing down hard. I realized how much I had changed since I first stepped into this place, how much this encounter had shifted something inside me. I sat down on the cracked wooden desk, pulling the letter close. The chalk dust still clung to my clothes, the scent of old wood and forgotten memories filling the space between us. "We can't change what happened," I said quietly. but maybe we can tell the story together." She nodded, a fragile hope flickering in her eyes. Outside, the sun climbed higher, casting longer shadows through broken windows. The schoolhouse was no longer just a place of fear. It was a place of reckoning, of truth finally spoken. I stood slowly, feeling the chill fade just a bit. The secrets scrawled on the chalkboards were no longer threats but invitations, calls to face the past and find some kind of peace. As we left the building together, the wind stirred the dry leaves at our feet. The air smelled fresher somehow, carrying the promise of closure. I glanced back once, saw the chalkboards fading behind us in the morning light. The name, the secrets, all of it still there, but no longer holding power over me. I breathed deeply, the weight inside me lighter than it had been in years. We stepped out into the quiet town, two strangers bound by history and hope, ready to face whatever came next. The schoolhouse stood silent, its story finally told. Story 6, Awakening in the Vanished District, trapped between realities. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat and blinking at a ceiling I didn't recognize. The plaster above me was cracked and stained, a faded yellow that reminded me of old hospital walls but smelled more like damp wood and mildew. My head throbbed as I pushed myself up, the thin mattress creaking beneath me, and I realized I wasn't in my own bed. Not even the same building. The last thing I remembered was falling asleep in my apartment in Queens, the kind of place where the hum of the city seeps into your bones and you sleep with one ear open. But this was different. I swung my legs over the side and felt the cold, rough floor beneath my bare feet. The air was thick and musty, carrying the faint scent of something metallic and a trace of rot. A door stood slightly ajar across the room, beyond it, silence. Complete silence. No cars, no distant sirens, no muffled voices. Just quiet. I wanted to tell myself I'd been dreaming, but the ache in my chest said otherwise. I had the same dream or whatever this was last night. Or the night before that. You probably think I'm imagining things. It was always the same, waking up somewhere unfamiliar, convinced I'd sleepwalked into some other world. I know how that sounds, but I swear, it wasn't a nightmare or a trick of my brain. These places felt real. Too real. I stood and took a hesitant step toward the door. The floorboards groaned beneath me, broken in places, and I pressed my palm against the cool wall to steady myself. My fingers left faint dust trails on the cracked plaster. The muted light from a grimy window spilled in, casting long, irregular shadows. Outside, the sky was a dull gray, like the color of wet ash. No birds, no wind. Just stillness. I didn't recognize the street when I finally pushed the door open. Narrow, empty, with crumbling brick buildings on either side. A faded sign hung crookedly from one storefront. The paint was peeling so badly I could only make out part of the word "Mart." The windows were dark, some broken, others boarded up with weathered plywood. A stray newspaper fluttered past my feet, the headline blurred and unreadable. I swallowed hard. This wasn't a neighborhood I'd ever heard of, or at least not one I'd ever visited. But here's the strangest part. I'd read about places like this in the news, places where people disappeared without explanation. Vanished. No clues. No bodies. Just gone. And now, somehow, I was standing in one of them. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Not because I believed in ghosts or anything like that, but because the idea that I was walking into real danger that didn't rely on monsters or curses, felt worse. It was human. So much more unsettling. I tried the door of the Mart. Locked. I rattled the handle, but it wouldn't budge. That's when I noticed the graffiti scrawled across the wall, words like "leave" and "don't trust." The paint was fresh, dripping in places. Someone wanted me gone, or at least warned off. I looked up and down the street again, half expecting someone to step out of the shadows, but there was no one. A faint sound caught my attention, a low humming, like a generator or an old fridge struggling to stay alive. I followed it, careful to keep my footsteps quiet. The air grew colder as I moved deeper into the street, and I wrapped my arms around myself. My heart hammered against my ribs, but not from fear. More like confusion. A need to understand what the hell was happening. That's when I saw it. A rusted fire escape ladder dangling from the side of a building. Beneath it, a small alleyway swallowed in shadow. The humming was coming from there. I hesitated, wondering if I should turn back. I wanted to tell myself this was just a bad dream, just a jumble of memories and stress, but the cold sweat on my back made it hard to lie. As I stepped closer, something shifted in the shadows. A quick movement. I froze, breath caught in my throat. A figure, just a glimpse, a man, maybe, or something smaller, ducked behind a dumpster. The sound of trash rattling. Then silence again. I swallowed and called out, voice hoarse, "Hello? Is someone there?" No answer. Just the buzzing hum and the distant drip of water. I backed away slowly, trying not to make a sound. My mind raced. Had I been sleepwalking? Was I wandering into a dangerous part of the city in my sleep? But if that were true, why did this place feel so foreign, so disconnected from anything I'd ever known? And why hadn't I woken up in my own bedroom? I glanced down at my hands, trembling slightly. The skin was clammy, and I could taste the metallic tang of adrenaline on my tongue. I fought the urge to panic, telling myself to breathe, to think. When I finally looked up, the street was empty again. No sign of the figure, no sound but the humming that seemed to pulse in time with my heartbeat. I knew I had to get back. Back to my apartment, to the familiar hum of the city, the smell of coffee brewing in the morning, the worn threadbare couch where I liked to read. But the way back wasn't clear. The street stretched out, dark and silent, like an abandoned theater set. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through the alley, carrying a faint whisper. Words I couldn't understand but felt like a warning. I swallowed hard. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know how I got here. And I didn't know if I'd ever be able to get back. But I had to try. That night, when I finally woke up again, tangled in my own sheets, the familiar ceiling of my apartment above me, I could swear I heard the distant hum of that generator somewhere in the city. Or maybe it was just the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of my own restless mind. Either way, something had changed. And I wasn't sure how much longer I could pretend it was all in my head. The morning smelled like burnt toast and damp concrete. It was the kind of smell that clings to your clothes and makes you wonder if it's coming from outside or something you've forgotten to clean in your own kitchen. I stayed still for a moment, eyes fixed on the cracked plaster ceiling, trying to convince myself I was really back in my apartment. The city hummed faintly beyond the window, just like I'd heard it before sleep stole me again. Or maybe it was just in my head. I sat up slowly, hands pressed to my knees, feeling the rough fabric of my jeans against my palms. The sheets were tangled, the covers thrown off in the middle of the night. I remember the alley, the darkness stretching out like some abandoned stage set. The whisper, the warning that didn't make sense but felt dangerous all the same. I ran my fingers through my hair and reached for my phone on the bedside table. The screen lit up, displaying the time, 7:03 a.m. No missed calls, no messages. Just the usual morning silence, the kind that presses down on you harder than noise sometimes. I needed answers. Not just the foggy fragments I kept waking up with. The first thought that came to me was obvious but terrifying. What if I wasn't just dreaming or sleepwalking? What if those places I ended up in weren't made up? What if they were real? I pulled on a hoodie and shoes, deciding to leave my apartment for the first time since the last episode. The city was waking up sluggishly, street sweepers humming in the distance, the sharp smell of garbage bins being dragged down alleys, the faint sound of a distant dog barking. I went to the corner store, told the clerk I needed to check something. I asked about missing persons, any reports in the last few months, anything strange happening in neighborhoods with abandoned buildings or alleys like the one I'd seen. She looked at me like I'd lost my mind. You want to know about disappearances? That's a heavy question, hon. Yeah. It's important. The clerk hesitated, then leaned in. There was a rash of disappearances along the east side last year. Folks just vanishing. Police never found a thing. No bodies. No clues. Her voice lowered, almost a whisper. They say it's a bad part of town, but nobody really knows what's going on. I nodded, swallowing hard. The east side. That rang a bell. The places I'd woken up in the past nights, they were all on that side of the city. Some streets I'd never even noticed before. As I stepped outside, the wind tugged at my hoodie, colder than I expected for early spring. Something about that chill wasn't natural. It felt like the air, cold and heavy with silence itself, was watching, waiting. I spent the afternoon going through old news reports online, cross-referencing addresses where people had vanished. Each place looked familiar: empty storefronts, cracked sidewalks, streets tangled with shadows. The more I dug, the more I realized I wasn't imagining things. These places were real. Sounds impossible, but it happened. And they all had something in common: no one ever came back from them. By evening, I was restless, pacing my small apartment. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Stop looking. I stared at the screen, heart thumping so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. No contact saved under that number. No clue who might be watching me or warning me. I tried calling a friend, someone I trusted. Mark answered, groggy but steady. You sound off. Everything okay? I hesitated, then spilled half the story. The strange places. The disappearances. The whispering wind. There was a pause. Then Mark said, You sure you're not just stressed? Maybe you should see a doctor. Sleepwalking's one thing, but this, I know how that sounds. But you want to find out more? Yeah. Okay. I'll help. That was the first time I felt less alone. Later, when the city lights blurred through the rain streaked window, I couldn't shake the feeling someone was outside, watching. The hum of the city had turned low, almost menacing. Sleep came reluctantly. And then, like clockwork, I woke up somewhere else. The air was thick, heavy with the smell of damp earth and rusted metal. I was lying on cold stone steps, slick with moss. A narrow alley stretched out ahead, walls close enough to touch on either side, covered in peeling posters and graffiti. It was a place I'd seen before in the news, an address tied to one of the disappearances. My hands trembled as I pushed myself up. The silence was complete. No cars. No voices. Just a distant drip of water echoing somewhere behind me. I thought I saw movement at the far end, a figure standing just beyond the fog that crept in low to the ground. I blinked. It was gone. I knew then that this wasn't just sleepwalking. It was something else. Something or someone was pulling me into these places. But why? And how? I swallowed the lump in my throat, heart pounding against my ribs. I wasn't supposed to be here. And yet, I was. The alley seemed to stretch endlessly now, threatening to swallow me whole. I took a step forward. Footsteps. Behind me. I froze. No one there. The whisper returned, soft, urgent, almost pleading. Don't come back. The whisper echoed in my mind like a warning. The figure at the end of the alley, the one that vanished, wasn't a trick of my eyes. It was a signal. A beacon. It had to be. And if it wanted me to stop coming back, it meant I was on the right track. Or maybe the wrong one. The thought made my stomach twist. I took a hesitant step forward. The cool, slick stone beneath my feet shifted slightly. The peeling posters fluttered in a breath of wind, revealing faded faces, missing people, I guessed. Names blurred by rain and time. I reached out, fingertips brushing at torn paper. It felt rough, fragile, like a memory about to crumble. A sudden noise made me freeze, a scraping sound from the far end of the alley, faint but deliberate. My eyes snapped to the shadows. Nothing moved. I blinked. The fog hung low, thickening like a wall. The figure was gone, but the sensation of being watched didn't fade. I forced myself to keep moving, each step heavier than the last. Questions gnawed at me. Why these places? Why me? And who was behind it all? The alley opened into a courtyard, empty except for a rusted swing set, chains creaking in the breeze. The air was colder here, sharper, carrying the scent of wet earth and decayed wood. I paused, heart hammering against my ribs. The space felt wrong, too silent, too empty. Like a stage waiting for an audience that would never arrive. Then, from the corner of the courtyard, a voice. Low, calm, almost conversational. You're not supposed to be here. I spun toward the sound. A man stood leaning against a crumbling brick wall, face half hidden in shadow. His eyes caught the dim light, sharp and calculating. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Who are you? I asked, voice cracking. He pushed off the wall, stepping forward. Someone who's been waiting. Watching. His gaze flicked to the alley behind me. You've seen things. Places tied to disappearances. That's not coincidence. I swallowed, hands trembling. How do you know about that? Because I know what's really going on. His tone dropped, serious now. This isn't about sleepwalking or hallucinations. Those places exist, real places where people vanish. And you're stepping into a game you don't understand. A cold shiver ran down my spine. What game? He looked around like someone wary of being overheard. Control. Power. Fear. The kind that doesn't need tool because it works in your mind. You think you're being pulled? You're being watched. Chosen. Chosen for what? I swallowed again, the lump in my throat growing. To disappear. To be forgotten. Or worse, used. The words hung between us, heavy and suffocating. My breath hitched. Look, he said, lowering his voice, you can walk away. Pretend none of this ever happened. But you won't. Because you're already part of it. And the more you resist, the deeper you fall. I wanted to argue, to run, but my feet felt rooted. The fog curled around us, swallowing the edges of the courtyard. The man's eyes never left mine. Why me? Why are you telling me this? He hesitated. Because you're close. Closer than anyone before. You've seen the faces, heard the whispers. It's only a matter of time before they come for you. The weight of his words pressed down like a stone in my chest. I glanced back at the alley, then at the empty street beyond the courtyard. No escape. No safety net. Who? I whispered. People who know how to disappear without leaving a trace. Not just victims. Participants. They've built a system, a network. They use fear to keep others quiet. And me? What do I do? You keep looking. You find the others before they vanish. Or you join the silence. The reality settled in. There was no going back to normal sleep, safe beds, or familiar streets. The places I found myself in weren't random. They were traps, markers on a map only I could follow. And the more I resisted, the more trapped I became. I felt my phone buzz in my pocket. I pulled it out with shaking hands. A message. No number, just words. Stop or you'll be next. I stared at the screen, breath shallow. The alley behind me seemed darker, colder. The man smiled again, not kindly. Now you know. The choice isn't yours anymore. I backed away slowly, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. The walls seemed to close in. The fog thickened. I wanted to scream, to run, but the words echoed in my mind. Don't come back. But I already had. And now, there was no turning around. My phone slipped from my trembling fingers, clattering against the wet pavement. The man's eyes glinted like shards of glass in the dim light, unblinking, as if he were waiting for something, waiting for me to make a move. I forced my gaze away, scanning the street for any sign of escape, but the fog swallowed everything beyond a few feet. Panic surged, tightening its grip around my chest. Who are you? I whispered, voice barely audible. He tilted his head, amusement flickering across his face. You don't need to know that. Just remember, every step you take from here on is a step deeper into the game. I wanted to argue, to demand answers, but my words caught in my throat. The air felt heavier, oppressive, as if secrets hummed thick like the mist. The city's heartbeat pulsed in the distance, indifferent to my fear. I swallowed hard, knowing this was only the beginning. The message wasn't just a threat, it was a promise. And now, I was part of something far bigger than myself, a shadowed world I could no longer escape. The man's words stuck in the air. Every step you take from here on is a step deeper into the game. The phrase echoed inside me, heavier than the thick fog curling around the cracked pavement. I didn't want to move. I couldn't. My legs felt glued to the uneven ground, the cold seeping through my shoes, sinking all the way into my bones. He didn't blink, just stood there, as if daring me to break the silence. I tried to force my breath steady, but it rattled in my chest like broken glass. Somewhere behind him, a distant dog barked, sharp and lonely, swallowed almost immediately by the thick night. I forced my eyes back onto the street, wary of the shadows that now seemed to lean closer, waiting. Then, without warning, the man took a slow step forward. The wet pavement clung to his shoes, slick and dark, making no sound except the faintest squelch. Why me? I whispered. What's this game? He smiled then, but it wasn't kind. It was the smile of someone who knew secrets they had no intention of sharing. Because you look for answers. Because you don't belong here. Because you were curious enough to find what others fear. His voice was low, almost hypnotic, and despite every instinct screaming at me to run, my feet moved. I stepped back, then another. The fog thickened, choking the space between us. I could smell something sour, like rotted fruit and damp concrete. The smell made my stomach twist. Go ahead, he said, voice barely louder than the breeze. Run. But you'll only end up right where you started. I swallowed hard. The edges of the street blurred, the lamplight flickered, and the silence pressed in again. The man's eyes caught a faint glow from behind me, and I spun around. A narrow alley yawned open, black as ink, twisting away from the street like a mouth. I didn't want to go in. I wanted to scream, to call for help, but only a dry cough came out. Behind me, the man took another step forward, his presence a weight in the night. "Your choices are few," he said. "Step into the darkness, or stay and watch yourself disappear." I hesitated. The cold air bit at my skin, and the fog began to shift, curling into strange shapes, faces. I blinked, shook my head. No, just shadows. But the fear wasn't just in my head anymore. It was real. It was tangible. I turned toward the alley, heart hammering so loudly I thought it might burst through my ribs. The walls were rough, plaster crumbling, and the smell grew worse, like something dead, long forgotten. My hands trembled as I touched the cold brick, the tiny shards of glass embedded in the mortar scraping my fingers. Halfway down, the alley narrowed, the faint sound of dripping water echoing off the walls. My breath steamed in the cold air. The street behind me was swallowed by fog. The man was gone. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a soft shuffle. I froze. Something moved ahead, just out of sight. My skin prickled, every hair standing on end. I swallowed again, dry, and whispered, "Hello?" No answer. I took another step. The noise came again, a slow, deliberate scrape against the concrete floor. I blinked, trying to focus. There. At the end of the alley, a figure hunched low, barely visible in the weak glow from a broken street lamp. "Hey," I said, voice breaking. "Are you okay?" The figure didn't move. Just stayed there, unmoving, like a statue carved from shadow. I felt my pulse slam against my temples, breath hitching. I wanted to turn around, to run back, but my feet pressed forward anyway. "Please," I said. "If you're hurt, I can help." The figure shifted then, slow, deliberate. A hand emerged, pale and trembling. It wasn't a hand at all, it was a claw, fingers bent and twisted. I let out a sharp breath, stumbling backward. That's when I heard it, a voice, faint but unmistakable, coming from the darkness beyond the alley's mouth. "You shouldn't be here." The voice was calm, almost friendly, but it sent a shiver down my spine. I turned toward the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones, heart pounding in my ears. A man stepped out from the shadows, face hidden beneath a hood, eyes gleaming with something unreadable. No tool, I reminded myself, hands open, trying to appear non-threatening. The cold sweat slicked my palms. He smiled, slow and deliberate. "Good. Because this isn't about tool." His voice lowered. "It's about control." I wish I were making this up. I took a step back, but the alley was too narrow. The walls closed in, pressing tight against me. The figure at the end of the alley shifted again, the claw-like hand reaching toward me. "Who are you?" I managed, voice shaking. The man under the hood shrugged, "Just someone who knows what happens to people like you." "People like me?" I echoed, confusion mingling with fear. He nodded. "The curious. The ones who wonder where they shouldn't. The ones who don't ask the right questions. Why do you want me here?" My voice barely rose above a whisper. He stepped closer, the foul smell of damp earth and decay rising from his clothes. "Because you're part of this place now. And you're going to help me keep it that way." The clawed figure at the alley's end stretched out a pale, trembling arm, beckoning. I felt the air grow colder, the darkness thicker. My lungs burned. My legs wanted to give out. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But I was caught. The hooded man's eyes locked on mine, unblinking, and I realized with a sick twist in my gut that this wasn't about random disappearance or bad luck. It was a game of power, and I was the prize. "Don't fight it," he said softly. "The longer you resist, the worse it becomes." I swallowed hard, tasting the bitter tang of fear and something else, something metallic and sharp at the back of my throat. The clawed figure crept closer, and I knew I was running out of time. In that moment, the fog shifted again, thick and suffocating, swallowing the alley and everything in it. I made a choice. I stepped forward, and everything went black. I woke again in that strange place, the one I come to dread more than any nightmare. But this time, something was different. The air didn't carry the usual stale chill. Instead, it smelled faintly of rain-soaked earth and cold metal, like the kind of damp that seeps into bones. My eyes adjusted to the dim light. I was in a narrow alleyway, the walls slick with grime and peeling paint, the kind of place city workers avoid after dark. Somewhere a dog barked far off, sharp and anxious. The sky, visible above the high buildings, was a dull gray, heavy with clouds. I sat up slowly, my hands trembling as I touched the rough concrete beneath me. The last few weeks had become a blur, a series of waking up in places I'd never seen but that somehow linked to people who had vanished without a trace. I had come to realize I wasn't sleepwalking. These locations were real. Someone was involved. And tonight, I had a sense that I was finally close to the truth. I pushed myself to my feet, muscles stiff and joints complaining. The alley stretched both ways, one end open to a faintly lit street, the other disappeared into shadows. A flickering street lamp buzzed nearby, its light stuttering like a dying heartbeat. I took a deep breath, the cold air biting the back of my throat, and stepped toward the street. "Hey," a voice whispered from the shadows. Sharp, low, and urgent. I froze. My pulse hammered so loudly I was sure the speaker could hear it. "Who's there?" I asked, my voice uneven, cracking slightly. The alley swallowed my words. No answer. I kept moving. Every step felt heavier, as if the air itself resisted me. The street beyond was empty, save for a single figure leaning against a lamppost, head bowed. As I approached, he looked up, eyes bright and wild beneath a tangled mess of hair. "Are you?" I began, but he cut me off. "Yeah," he said. "I know what you're going through. I've been where you are." His voice held a strange combination of weariness and urgency. It was the first time I'd met someone who seemed to understand, someone who didn't dismiss me as crazy. "What is this place?" I asked. "Why are we here?" He glanced around nervously, then nodded toward a narrow doorway across the street. A door cracked open, revealing a dim interior. "It's where they take people. People who get lost. Or worse, people who look too close." The words hit me like a cold slap. I swallowed hard. "Who takes them?" He shook his head. "Not who. What? It's not a person, exactly. It's a system. A network. A trap. The city doesn't want you to know." I wanted to argue, but the truth settled over me like a fog. The missing people, the strange places, they were all connected, part of something bigger than I dared imagine. "Listen," he said, stepping closer. "I've been trying to get out for months. The key is knowing when you're being watched. When you're being funneled. They use the city's cracks to trap you. But there's a way out." I frowned, heart tightening. "What do you mean? How?" He hesitated, then pulled a folded piece of paper from his coat pocket, a map, crudely drawn, marking several locations. "These are the spots. The ones where people disappeared. but some have escape routes. Hidden paths, old tunnels. If we can reach one, we might get out. The idea of escape felt like a lifeline thrown into a stormy sea. I took the paper, my fingers gripping it so tightly they went numb. "Why are you helping me?" I asked. He shrugged, a sad smile flickering. "Because I'm tired of being lost. And maybe because I don't want you to be the last one." We moved quickly then, slipping through the city's veins, the forgotten alleyways, the crumbling stairwells, the echoing basements that smelled of mildew and rust. Every shadow seemed to watch us, every distant noise a threat. My skin prickled with the sensation of unseen eyes tracking our every move. At one point, I stumbled, my knees scraping against rough bricks. The pain was sharp and real, grounding me in the moment. "Be careful," he hissed, pulling me back into the darkness. We reached a narrow hatch embedded in the sidewalk, camouflaged beneath a rusted grate. He pried it open, revealing a ladder descending into cold blackness. "This is it," he said. "The tunnel that leads out. It's old, abandoned, but it's our best chance." I hesitated, the weight of everything pressing down on me. The unknown below was a risk, but staying meant endless nights of waking in places I didn't belong. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. Together, we climbed down into the tunnel. The air was thick and musty, the walls slick with moisture. Our footsteps echoed, a steady rhythm that felt oddly reassuring. The darkness pressed in from all sides, but I forced myself to keep moving, every sense alert. After what felt like hours, we reached a ladder leading up. I climbed first, hands trembling as I gripped the cold metal rungs. Light spilled through the opening above, the pale dawn breaking over the city skyline. I crawled out and gasped, the fresh air filling my lungs with a sudden rush of hope and relief. Behind me, the tunnel swallowed the darkness once more. My companion followed, brushing dust from his clothes. "We made it," he said quietly. I looked around, the street was familiar. The sun was rising. The city was waking. And for the first time in weeks, I felt something I hadn't dared hope for, safety. We parted ways soon after, promising to stay in touch, to keep each other grounded in whatever came next. Walking home, I replayed every detail, every moment of the night. The fear, the confusion, the desperate climb through that tunnel. But also the unexpected kindness of a stranger who had chosen to fight the darkness with me. Back in my apartment, I locked the door behind me and sat by the window, watching the city stir to life. The morning sun cast long shadows, and the world looked ordinary again, safe, even. But I knew better now. The cracks beneath the surface were still there, waiting. And I was no longer just a victim of those cracks. I was a survivor. Sleep came slowly that night, but when it did, it was unbroken. No strange places. No cold alleyways. Just the quiet hum of the city outside and the steady beat of my own heart. I thought about the people who'd vanished, about the lives swallowed by those hidden places. I thought about the fear that had gripped me, the exhaustion and the hope. And I realized something else, the fight wasn't over. But I wasn't alone anymore. The city had its shadows, its secrets. But so did I. And I was ready to face them both.